They say sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some. And right now I'm losing that. I've stood on the stage night after night, reminding the broken it'll be alright. But right now, oh right now, I just can't. It's easy to sing when there's nothing to bring me down. But what will I say when I'm held to the flame like I am right now? I know you're able and I know you can save through the fire with your mighty hand. But even if you don't, my hope is you alone. They say it only takes a little faith to move a mountain. Well, good thing a little faith is all I have right now. But God, when you choose to make mountains unmovable, oh, give me the strength to be able to sing, it is well with my soul. I know you're able and I know you can save through the fire with your mighty hand. But even if you don't, my hope is you alone. I know the sorrow and I know the hurt would all go away if you just say the word. But even if you don't, my hope is you alone. You've been faithful, you've been good all my days. Jesus, I will cling to you, come what may, 'cause I know you're able, and I know you can. I know you're able, and I know you can save through the fire with your mighty hand. But even if you don't, my hope is you alone. I know the sorrow, and I know the hurt would all go away if you just say the word. But even if you don't, my hope is you alone. You've been faithful, you are good. Whoa. You've been faithful, you are good. It is well with my soul. It is well, it is well with my soul.
Hey everybody, how y'all doing? Be Charming and Cheryl 420 What live? It's good to see all y'all. Red Pill, Daniel. Hope I didn't miss anybody. I think that's everybody. Hopefully. They got this new layout on StreamYard and I'm so confused. But it'll work. What have y'all been up to? Been crazy here. I guess it's to be expected. I turned my phone off. I've been getting phone calls all day. We're having my mom's celebration next month, and so they're sending in their RSVPs because my brother's having it catered. Have to have a head count. When I signed up for that, other things weren't going on. But it's okay, it keeps my mind occupied. Got some plants in. Just cucumbers and tomatoes for the vegetables. Got some mint and dill, lemon balm. I know there's another one and I can't remember what it is. The little granddaughter was here just helping me till about 5:30 this evening. She puts on her gloves and she pats down the dirt. But that's helping. 420 next month, yeah. Hey Sandy, good to see you. It's really weird. I can go on someone else's panel and be totally calm and I can think straight and everything just flows. But doing a live, I guess because it's too far in between, maybe. How old is she? My granddaughter, she's 6. Awesome, man. There you go. Yes, April 1st is April Fool's. I wonder why. I've been seeing some stuff about that 420. Did you put something up about that? I really like the music you've been playing. If y'all aren't subbed to 420, let me see if I can. Nope, I can't do it that way. Let me see if I can figure out how to drop your link, 420. Yeah, I've been hearing that too. So this is going to totally knock us off kilter, right? A chessboard. It's bad enough with the time change. I don't know if it's affected y'all, but it and I've been seeing where that's unhealthy too. Who knows? Everything we do is unhealthy. Just walking around breathing seems to. There you go. Thank you, 420. Y'all check out 420. Sub up. He put some stuff out there too. So does Red Pill. Red Pill, you can drop your link too if you want to. You'd like them to just pick one and stick with it. What do you mean? Oh, one time, one, yeah. One time, one calendar. Well, they've done that for how many years now? And I don't know. It's just crazy. So I'll show y'all one thing because I noticed this. When I went to town, my windshield, it was like someone had splattered mud all over it. And I was like, what in the world is going on here? And of course, I'm out of wiper fluid. I need to pick some up. I forgot to pick it up. And so I'm gonna share this little, just a little clip of it. Let me let me find it before I say that. Not that. Okay. I know it's in my email. Oh, there it is. Okay, now I go back over here. I hope I don't push the wrong button. I was like, whoa, I'm not the only one seeing this stuff. Mute. Well, it's not going to let me mute. Hopefully that won't affect it.
So check that out. Look normal to you? We've never seen this before. Yeah, you have pollen. You have different things that, happen. But we change out our troughs. We haven't had any serious storms. It's a little breezy. This is what you got going on, falling from the sky.
So what's that, y'all? Hey, Ultra Mega Patriot. Good to see you. Catherine. Cola. Hey, y'all. So have y'all seen any mud-like substance on your windshields? Because I have. Eric, good to see you. Thank you so much. Love you. Chessboard, did I say hello to you? Hello, Chessboard. Yeah, I noticed that on my windshield, and I wiped it, but of course it didn't do any good. So I had to, when I got into town, go to a convenience store and squeegee it to clean it off. But muddy water coming out of the sky. How does mud get in the sky? Excuse me. Yeah. I haven't been keeping up with a lot of news. I've just seen a few things. That was one of them. Billy Bean is from Texas, really? Hey, Jerry. Probably. Yep, red pill, I'm sure. Excuse me. And I've had this, it's like this, I don't know, Hey, Kim, good to see you. Kind of like a dry cough. Every so often, just start having a coughing attack and have to grab a Halls. Hey, Rainwater and Lauren, good to see you. But I know it's allergy season too, so I don't know. And then some girl was in front of me that was coughing pretty bad at the Dollar General. So who knows? I'm going to write that down and see if I can find her. I'm getting so many subs to keep up with. It's like, I dropped the link again. Watt said he's cleaning the kitchen. He's got stories to tell. I can't wait till he comes up. I want to hear all about it. We haven't had any rain. If we'd had rain, I mean, yeah, I could write that off as it's just gunk from the rain, but nope. We haven't had rain for quite some time. We really need it. Mm. Okay, chessboard, thank you. Oh, okay. Billy Bean. She's not the one that's a doctor, is she? I've been watching a lot of hers. I can't remember her name. I don't think that's the same name, actually. I'm gonna put that on YouTube. Because I'll wonder where'd that name come from. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. That's what I was just telling them. It's so easy to get on someone else's panel and just talk my head off. But when I'm here, it's like, hey, Pat, Catherine, good to see y'all. That's good. Oklahoma. Cyber attack on X. Actually, I did. I think I saved that too. Ooh, really, Eric? It burned his skin? See, I was wondering, that lady sticking her hand in it. I was like, I don't think I'd be sticking my hand in it until I knew what it was. Dang it. There's Tim.
Hey, Bonnie.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Sorry, I ditched you earlier. Everything happened at once. My son-in-law came to
Oh,
pick up my granddaughter, and then I got a phone call from a distant relative. Haven't talked to him forever, and I was like, well, I just totally messed this up.
oh, it's all good. No worries. I figured something might happen, but I
Uh-oh.
muted you, but I didn't. So I figured something happened. I think you left a text before you left
Yes,
that something wrong with your phone. So it's all good.
good deal.
But I had a good live stream. We had a good talk. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, yeah, and you had Josh, and I can't remember her name.
Yeah, she's new to my
Jalen,
channel.
is that it?
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Medical helicopter crash, 3 crew members on board. Oh, goodness.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I heard somebody saying, I think it was Dave last night at Steve's, that he wanted to go fly to somewhere. And I said, yeah, I'm not thinking I want to fly anywhere right now. And Gigi's like, no, you need to go skydiving. And I said, no. I said,
No, thank you.
but before that, I'd said, it's the falling from the sky that gets me. And she said, no, you go skydiving, it's a blast. And I said, well, when you go flying, they don't give you a parachute and a tandem. Is that what they're called? The people behind you. Hey, Wildlife.
Good evening.
Pepper 101, Riverway. Good to see y'all.
Yeah, I don't think I would want to fly at all. Yeah.
I cannot believe all the crashes going on. That's insane.
Yeah. Well, especially then you got that one in DC. I
Yep.
won't get into it, but I don't want your channel getting in trouble for it.
I understand what you're saying. Yes.
That's all I have to say. That's all I'm going to say. But yeah, I don't blame you. And then there's the other one, the plane landed on its upside down.
Yes, I have a video. It's saved in my stuff. The one in Canada.
Yeah.
Yes.
How does that happen?
I have no idea.
I thought that was the most crazy crash I've ever heard.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yes.
No.
I saw it happen with my own eyes. No, it's still allegedly.
You're seeing things.
Yeah.
Don't trust your eyes. Don't trust your ears. Don't trust your brain. You know.
Yeah, because it's tricking you.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that right, Mickey? It's not going to answer.
Okay, Wildlife. We're all wanting to know.
Y'all wanting to know?
How is the wedding?
Oh, it was beautiful. It was. I'm very, very proud of my baby sister. I think she picked a good one.
Awesome.
The wedding was beautiful, beautiful weather. I think we got up to like 81. It was a little windy to start the morning, but by the time the ceremony started, about 4:30, the wind had died down.
Yeah, that's great. No, Wildlife didn't get married. His little sister did.
I was just thinking that when he first said it, I was like, what?
No, that would be considered fake news.
We're trying.
But yeah, it was a beautiful ceremony. She had a good turnout. I think everybody had a good time.
That's good. So did you dance the night away?
A good portion of it I did. I'm not going to lie. I got my groove on.
Did she fall in your lap?
No, I think I might have fell in her lap a couple of times. I might have stumbled.
Well, that
no.
works.
But nah, it was fun. I enjoyed myself. It was a little emotional, but it was fun.
That's good. Good to hear. Weddings are good.
Oh yeah. She picked a good venue. The lady she picked to coordinate everything, she did a great job.
Good.
Was it indoor or outdoor?
Well, it was a little bit of both. It was like the house they had it at. It's an old plantation house in Carolina called the Pine House, and actually in I think it was 1793, George Washington first stayed in that house overnight during his tour of the South. So that's
Cool.
kind of like the house's claim to fame. It was originally built in the early 1700s during the Civil War. Uh, Part of the house was partially burned down, so they had to rebuild it. But pretty much everything in there is original, of course, except for, modern electrical, plumbing, stuff like that. But most of your woodwork and stuff like that's still the same.
That's
Wow.
so cool.
That's like a museum,
Yeah.
you would think.
Oh yeah, yeah, it was
That's
beautiful.
cool. I think I've heard about that. What was the name of the building or
The location is called the Pine House. It's in Trenton, South Carolina.
okay.
It's
Yeah. I think I
beautiful.
remember.
It's surrounded by peach orchards all the way around, front, back, side. Where you look, it's just peach orchards all the way around it.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah, I think
cool.
I did hear about that years ago.
So,
That's cool.
so I had dinner where George Washington once had dinner. So that'd be an interesting conversation piece from now on.
There you
Right.
go. I sat in the same chair.
Yep. And there was cheesecake for anyone that was wondering. I forget the lady's name who did it because they had like one big wedding cake, for them, and then they had she had this lady make a bunch of like cupcakes. But man, they were something else. They were probably the best cupcakes I've ever had.
Yeah. Well, she went all out. She went to the what you see in movies.
Oh yes, yeah, they went all out, but she deserves it. I'm
Yeah,
proud of her. She's went through a lot to get where she is now. I'm proud of her.
that's good. Big Tim, good to see you.
That's my main channel,
Yeah.
my original channel.
Okay. I was gonna say, you got competition. There's a big.
No, that's my original. So, in case you guys are wondering, I
So
just
Tim,
found out I could comment in the chat.
oh, there you go.
I thought that was pretty cool.
They're not going on their honeymoon right away. They're going in May. They're going on a cruise to somewhere in the Bahamas.
Bahamas, awesome.
Yeah, they're not going right away. They're going to take a little break, and they're going sometime in May, she said.
Hey, Lane, good to see you. Yeah, that's true. Al Bundy. Been a minute. How are you? Safety meeting. Oh, Be Charming must have looked it up. She said, what a beautiful place that is. I'm going to have to look it up.
It is. I don't know. Ooh. Sorry about that.
No problem.
I don't know if they have updated pictures. I know they did a bunch of that. The pictures I sent you, that big dance floor gazebo outside, they've recently built that because the one they had previously got damaged during Helena. So that whole outside little pavilion dance floor has been completely rebuilt. That's not the original one.
Good. Yeah, well, I didn't know you were going to admit to that, but yeah, that was pretty. So I just got a text message. I was offered help planting. I'm taking her up on it.
What are you gonna plant?
Well, I'm trying to get a bigger garden going this year and see what happens. And I'm putting it in a different location, and so hopefully it'll do better.
What
A
did
lot-
you have? I think you talked it briefly about on my stream. Um, yeah. Or do you build one in the ground, or do you have like a big box one, or how do you do it? I'm just
I
curious.
I have to use containers, so I get the giant pots when they're on sale.
Oh,
5-gallon buckets. I have a restaurant that he told me he would give me 5-gallon buckets. And then a friend up the road said she has a bunch of them. Um, the only thing I'm worried about is I'm having to buy the soil. And so I'm composting to try and make it better because of all the chemicals in it and stuff. But that's the only thing that concerns me, but that's just what I have for right now.
sure. Yeah, because I remember my mom made a huge wood. My dad built it a huge box, and we used to have like leaf lettuce and green
Yeah,
onions and stuff like that, and
yeah,
tomatoes. That's we talked about that on my stream that it's good to have your own garden because you know how expensive it is nowadays.
yes. And
So
I have better soil out back, but it would take, I'd have to hook several hoses together just to reach it. Um, but maybe one day I'll have a garden growing out there. Use
I don't know.
branches.
So yeah, it's good to have your own garden, especially when how like I said how expensive it is nowadays.
Yeah,
It'll save you money in the long run if you can actually be able to do it and actually have it grow. That's
yeah,
always a good thing.
yeah. And I was wanting to get chickens. Um, I'm not sure. I'm still thinking about that. The coop really needs work in it. Um, I was hoping to get that done before they started selling the chicks, but I know a lot of people that I can get chickens from. So if I can get out there working on the coop, the weather's getting nicer now and feels good to get out there in the sun and not think.
Right, be out in the get some fresh air. That's always good.
Yeah,
Shit, it's been raining. It's been raining pretty much here all day, off and on since last night. Nothing heavy, but just like a good soaking rain.
that's good. Yeah, and okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I've used um
So,
just whatever falls out of the trees in the bottoms of the pots so they drain better. And 420, that's true. At Tim's, that's what I was explaining. Um, some of the people were asking some good questions over there. And uh, I know it sounds crazy, but cloth diapers, um, think back in the days when they didn't have toilet paper,
right. I can't even imagine not having toilet paper.
right? There
I
is
have
a
to.
video about the eggs that I wanted to share with y'all, if y'all
Sure,
are okay with it.
go for it. It's your channel.
Um, let me see. Pretty interesting, actually. So it might get me in trouble, but whoops. Okay.
Hopefully
Sounds
not.
like fun.
What is going on here? Hey, Mary, good to see you. And Wayne, good to see you. Okay, let me mute. Here we go.
What is going on now with bird flu is very close to an exact replay of what happened with COVID.
Egg prices are not something that is random. It's something else. And you have to follow the money. Today, we're going to talk about what's really behind the scarcity of eggs, the price. I'm interviewing Clayton Baker, MD, doctor of internal medicine for over 25 years. Doc, it's a pleasure to meet you. Now, you have some amazing insights to this bird flu, which is a bit of a deja vu of a playbook that I think just happened recently. I wanted to bring you on because maybe you can kind of give us the simple version of what potentially could be going on. As far as, could this be something that is accidental or maybe manufactured?
Yes, well, thanks for having me very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and to speak, and thanks for taking the time to read my article. If we just use basic pattern recognition skills, we can see that what is going on now with bird flu is very close to an exact replay of what happened with COVID. What we see is a several-step process by which people intentionally are creating fear and creating a pandemic or attempting to create a pandemic in order to obtain some kind of control over us. This is clearly what happened with COVID, as you know, even the CIA has admitted now that the virus came out of the lab in Wuhan, that it was an engineered virus. Around 2012 or somewhere thereabouts, was found in a cave of bats in China and was brought to the lab and was manipulated for several years to essentially weaponize it. Late in 2019, that virus was released. Whether it was intentional or unintentional remains unclear, but it definitely came out of the lab. They allowed the World Military Games, which is an Olympic type event, to take place in Wuhan, China, of all places, brought all kinds of people from all over the world, allowed it to spread. And then by early 2020, it was declared to be this pandemic. We had all of these civil rights violations, locking us down, not allowing us to earn a living in the name of protecting us from this virus. They have a countermeasure, and the countermeasure is to develop these vaccines. They could compel us, they could kind of coerce us into taking these highly profitable and turns out quite toxic vaccines. For what reason? Because they would make a lot of money, and because they would exert control over us to continue to take these vaccines in the future. So now let's fast forward to what's happening right now with the bird flu. There are multiple labs that have taken a previously naturally occurring H5N1 bird flu. They've been manipulating it in the lab, doing gain of function, which means trying to make it more transmissible and more virulent. And in fact, they're very aggressively trying to get it to jump species, which is, there's no good reason to do this. Two of the prominent labs in the United States that are doing this are the Southeast Poultry Research Laboratory, which is owned and operated by our own USDA, is doing this crazy research in Athens, Georgia, and it's almost certain that this is the location by which the current circulating clade, as they call it, of this virus leaked out of. Now, whether it leaked out intentionally or unintentionally, I don't know, but we're pretty confident that's where it came from. And Peter McCulloch and Nick Hulscher and some other people have done some incredible work to trace it, incredible detective work to trace this down. They've published it, and no one's even bothered to try and refute it. Of course, our FDA is now claiming that they're doing all they can to contain this, when in fact, they almost certainly leaked the virus out. I don't know whether it was intentional or not. The other lab, and there's multiple labs that do this type of gain-of-function research on bird flu that's really implicated in this, is at the University of Wisconsin Veterinary School. There's a guy, a Japanese national by the name of Yoshihiro Kawaoka. He's been there for many years, funded by all kinds of sources. He's funded by NIH. He's funded by Gates Foundation. There's all kinds of just really ill-advised stuff. President Obama, back in 2014, put a temporary ban on gain-of-function research in the United States. Some of the people that blew the whistle on him, you wouldn't believe. Paul Offit, who's one of the big apologists for vaccines, was one of the people who was so alarmed by what this guy Kawaoka was doing that even he blew the whistle on him. Anthony Fauci found a way around this largely by outsourcing the stuff to China for the coronavirus work and to some extent just ignoring Obama's ban. But that's how bad these gain-of-function people are. Now you've got these leaked, lab-manipulated viruses that are out there. And fortunately, what we're seeing in the population is not as bad as they're advertising. Birds that are getting sick, occasional cows that are getting the virus as well, although the cows don't get very sick. I'm not aware of any. There may be some, but I'm not aware of any cow deaths. And 67 human beings in North America in the last couple of years have gotten this. And for the overwhelming majority of them, it's been conjunctivitis. It's been pink eye. There was one report of a person who died in Louisiana with the bird flu. They would not go so far as to say that the person died of the bird flu, although some of the media outlets claimed that, but that has not been stated. They are encouraging the farmers to do willy-nilly PCR testing on their flocks. If they test positive, what they're doing is mass slaughtering the entire flock if so much as one bird tests positive for the illness.
A PCR test, which has a lot of false positives, they have one positive, they will kill the entire flock.
Yeah.
Some of these farms have millions of chickens, correct?
Correct. So they can kill hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of birds at once because of one or two positive PCR tests. That's why, this is important for listeners to know, that's why we have a shortage. The shortage is not because the birds are dying of the bird flu. The shortage is because they're being mass slaughtered if there's even one or two or a small number of positive tests.
Have you heard anything about this happening in smaller backyard farms, people having chickens in their backyards? Is that occurring in that environment at all, or is it just mainly the industrial size chicken farms?
It's an excellent question. I don't have a definitive answer, but what I would say is that supposedly this individual that got extremely sick in Louisiana caught it from their backyard chicken farm. However, what's causing the price of eggs to go up is this ridiculous policy of slaughtering whole flocks when you have one or a few positive tests. And of course, to show you how dishonest the whole process is, they call it culling. Well, you can look up the definition of culling in the dictionary. It has nothing to do with mass slaughter. Mass slaughter is the opposite of culling. That's how dishonest this process is. And according to the sources I've heard from, we've spent our taxpayer dollars over $1.25 billion to fund this mass slaughter of these animals. So we are paying with our own tax dollars to kill these animals, to drive up food prices, to make a shortage of eggs. And this is driving this whole thing, not the flu itself.
Basically, the farmers get paid for that loss from the taxpayers.
Correct. So the farmers have a perverse incentive, and I don't blame the farmers because the farmers are caught between a rock and a hard place. They've got the government coming in and telling them, we need to test your birds, but don't worry, if they test positive, we'll pay to kill them and we'll pay you at least market price, maybe more, in order to solve the problem. What it's doing is artificially creating a shortage. It's artificially creating fear. It's artificially creating a crisis. Instead of locking us all down and holding us hostage physically or metaphorically until we accept the human vaccines, what they're doing instead is they're destroying an important element of our food supply unless we allow them to mass vaccinate all these birds.
So that's really the agenda, is they want to mass vaccinate now entire farms. That's really what they want to do.
There's no other way around it, because right before Trump took office, what did they do? They gave a conditional approval to Zoetis, which is a very large animal vaccine company. A couple of days before Trump was inaugurated, the Biden administration gave a $590 million grant to our old friends Moderna to start developing mRNA-based technologies for bird flu. So so again, what does it come down to? We come down to it just like with COVID, a big payoff for Moderna to force us all to accept mRNA vaccines.
What do we really need to do to stop this? What are some things that need to happen?
We need to acknowledge what's going on. This is not a bunch of well-meaning scientists trying to stamp out disease. This is a criminal enterprise. This is basically a protection racket. Nice little farm you got there. It'd be a shame if anything were to happen to it. Don't worry, we'll protect it. You know, and then we pay you off to do whatever we want with it. If Paul Offit could figure it out in 2012 and Barack Obama could figure it out in 2014, why on earth, after all this we've been put through in COVID, are we not realizing it right now? This gain of function research has to stop. You know, I've said in other places, you know, you don't save Tokyo by creating Godzilla. You know, and this is what they are doing. They're saying we're going to create Godzilla so we can create a vaccine against Godzilla. What on earth are we doing here?
Unfortunately, you can't speak freely about certain topics, but I think things are going to change. Primary target needs to be shutting down these gain of function labs immediately, because it's like, why do we need those? It's like you're producing weapons that are against humanity. It is completely criminal and insane to the nth degree.
So many people are embedded in this to some extent or another. And I think some people that are low to mid-level don't realize exactly why they're doing what they're doing. They believe that what they're being told to do is appropriate. I'll tell you just a funny story. One of the people who is a placeholder at HHS, or rather at the CDC right now, he was the former state health commissioner in Maine during COVID. So very much in line with the lockdowns and all that kind of stuff. One of the things that's stated on the CDC website is that he was involved back earlier in his career with bird flu mitigation in Cambodia. Now, of course, Cambodia is a relatively poor country in Southeast Asia where supposedly these viruses originate. The current recommendations in Cambodia, where about 95% of chickens are owned by family farms, you know, maybe 50 to 100 chickens maximum, is if your bird gets sick, you separate the bird from the rest of the flock. Preferably, you sacrifice that animal. Don't eat it. Wash your hands. Common sense.
One solution too is to have a lot more small farms and start buying eggs from smaller farms, your local farmers markets. Find a local farmer, because that way we keep things not so centralized, where all of our eggs are in one basket, so to speak.
Yes, I agree. I'll tell you, though, one thing is that this is interesting. I agree with you 100%. Recently in England, which of course UK is just an absolute mess in so many different ways, but UK is trying to force people, I don't know exactly where it's at right now, but to force people to register any home poultry that they have. And the National Association for Veterinary Medicine, which is highly beholden to pharma, has put out a release recently that, you know, small family poultry holdings may be a risk to public health. So don't think that they're not going to come after your backyard chickens. You can't run and hide from this. So we have to take action. We have to make sure that these people are stopped.
I really appreciate you doing the work, consolidating all this information and making it easy to understand. And for those of you watching, spread this video out to your friends and family, because we need to get the word out, so we don't go into this mass agreement that this is what we want. We want to change. And I'm really adamant about making sure this data goes right into the new administration so they can do something about it. Thank you so much, Dr. Baker. I really appreciate you coming on, and we'll stay in touch, and we'll collaborate very soon.
Very good. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Something else, huh? Yep. Fear is the tool. Control. Register your chickens, even if they're just in your backyard. I don't think so. Yeah, Elaine. It's true, Kim. They don't have the standards. But at the same time, what good are our standards doing? I'm glad to hear that, Al. You know, it's so hard to separate the one and take care of it. No, let's wipe out all just because of the one. And we know those tests aren't always accurate. And while that was playing, I was like, oh yeah, the banner. I might ought to put my banner up. Release the hounds. Yeah. You know, like you said, we just, we have to stand up. Yep.
Especially when you eliminate a whole flock of egg-laying hens, and some of these places do, and we've heard about so many of these facilities the last couple of years. And then the time it takes, if you wipe out an entire flock like that, getting more eggs, hatching those eggs, those chickens getting to the age where they can start laying again, it takes a while to get that process back running again.
Yes. Oh, well, unless they do the injections.
Well, yeah. If they do that, it's just genetics at that point.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure they've got it to a level where they can put it in one, and the eggs from that one, once they're born, they automatically have it. Just like a lot of traits and stuff we deal with because of the foods and toxins we intake, it becomes genetic. I believe a lot of that stuff is.
Yeah. Yeah, Elaine. I believe it's been at least 100 years, if not more. Yeah. Okay, now you got to tell a joke. Oh, I'll show you a way to stand. This girl is amazing. She is. I was so proud of her. Let me find her. Let's see. North Korean hackers are crashing out after world's biggest crypto heist. I did have that one saved. She plays by her own rules. Here she is. Oops. Okay. Let me stick this one in.
In competitive figure skating, but that didn't stop her. In 1998, Surya Bonaly became the first woman to attempt a backflip in Olympic figure skating. It's a move that's been banned since 1976, when American skater Terry Kubica performed it at the Winter Olympics in Austria. To this day, this backflip is the first and only legal backflip ever performed in competitive figure skating. But Surya wasn't too concerned about the legality of the trick. Why? Well, Surya had already been to the Winter Olympics, which is when it became clear to her that she didn't quite fit the established mold of figure skaters.
Every time she does one of these breaks, it stops the flow of the program and it really hurts her artistically.
Surya preferred athleticism over artistic skating, and the judges looked down on her for it, saying that her style didn't meet the figure skating criteria. So when the Winter Olympics came around again, Surya decided that she was going to play by her own rules. Surya's Olympic run started off in a relatively standard way, but it quickly became clear that she wasn't there to take it easy. Surya pushed her abilities to the limits, and she was performing far more explosive and spectacular jumps than the other skaters. She still had a little bit of hope that the judges would see her differently this time, so her choreography was more artistic and graceful than before, while still keeping the impressive jumps that only she could do. However, halfway through her routine, disaster struck. Surya picked herself up and kept going with her routine. But with that one failed landing, she knew her chances of getting a gold medal were gone. But for Surya, losing that hope was freedom. There was one trick that Surya knew that she could do, which no other female skater had even attempted in competitive figure skating. It definitely wouldn't win her a medal. In fact, even attempting the trick would result in an automatic 2-point reduction to her score. See, when backflips were officially banned in competition, the reason given was that they are unnecessarily dangerous and aren't a real skating jump, because it was thought impossible to land them on one foot, which is typically how figure skating jumps are performed. But at this point, Surya had made the decision that she was going to forget the judges, and instead, Surya would leave her mark on the history books.
Surya has taken a lot of criticism for not being artistic, but she's really developing her own unique style, and I find her athleticism really exciting.
Surya was once a junior world champion tumbler. Nice 1 foot landing on the backflip. Truly amazing.
She's the only person in the world I've seen land a backflip on 1 foot.
I do a backflip and it hurts to land on both feet. This is just amazing. One of the complaints from the judges that makes this jump illegal is to say, well, you can't land on 1 foot. Well, Surya Bowley just showed that you can.
Backflips are illegal in competitive figure skating.
That was a cool story. I never even heard of it.
I saw that and I was like, way to stick it to them.
Mm.
And she is an amazing athlete.
Oh yeah, to be able to do something, a backflip like that while skating and land on 1 foot. I mean, that's tough.
Yes. Yeah. I love it. That's the way you do it. Don't
Yeah.
worry about the judges. Don't worry about the whoever. Just do it.
You've already made it to the world stage at that point. Just try and shine as bright as you can.
Yeah. I like stories like that. There was a movie where these ice skaters, they were like, one of the girls, she did an amazing performance, but because her bra strap had come out from under her outfit, they docked points off of her. And so she was pretty upset. Well, the whole team, then the next one that went up, she pulled her bra strap out and she did her routine and it was perfect except for, and then each girl after that, the whole, all the teams just started bucking the system. Then they all pulled out a bra strap and did their routines, and the judges were like throwing papers up in the air like, okay, well, it's a mutiny. And they got their point across. Now it's just ridiculous how controlling people are in every aspect. Hey, Jane.
Have you ever heard of
Kiss Off?
well, like the movie was the movie that Indy played last night, Rollerball. You know, that's kind of similar to what do they call it? Roller derby. Have you ever heard of roller derby?
Yes, I know people in roller derby.
We actually have a women's league here locally called the Soul City Sirens,
Oh, wow.
and it's getting, actually, I think they're I don't know how long their season is, but I think their season's getting ready to kick off this month. I think it's the last weekend of the month that kicks off.
Hmm.
But it made me think about that.
Yeah, I didn't get to see the movie because the little one wanted to snuggle. And I wasn't going to pass that up. But I kind of thought by the name of it that it was a comedy. But then seeing y'all's comments and then seeing the beginning of it, I was like, oh, this is not a comedy.
I mean, it's like some of those things are just so real and so in your face. I mean, it's almost comical, that they're just that blatant with things. But, you don't see it happening then, you only see it after the fact, or,
Yeah.
we see a lot of things unfolding in real time, but a lot of things we don't see, we don't see it till 10 years, 20 years later, when stuff's done could finally come to the light.
Yep.
I mean, even look, we're still 5 years removed from the 2020, and we still have more questions and answers on that type of stuff. It'll be, who knows how long.
That's true.
But on a random note, you played the thing about the Olympics. I remember when I was a kid, I was 8 years old. Let me see. Yeah, I was 8 years old, and my mom took me and my two younger sisters, because the Olympics was in Atlanta in '96. So they brought the torch. They ran the torch through Augusta. So I remember my mom, she took me and my two younger sisters. We went out and sat on Highway 25 in front of this. It's a store called Calamity Jane's. They sell like boots, hats, Western wear. We sat right there on the hill and watched the guy run down Highway 25 carrying the torch.
Yes.
That was pretty cool.
The torch came through here, and that's when I was working at the newspaper, and we had a young girl. She was hit by a car on a bicycle, and she pulled through it, and so she was the one that got to carry the torch, and so I was out there taking pictures for the newspaper, and the one that we published, a New York magazine called and asked if they could use that picture, and I was like, wow.
That's awesome.
But yeah, that was pretty cool. That was the one and only time I remember it coming through here. But
asked my mom, I said, how far is that guy got to run with that thing? And he said, he's running all the way to Atlanta. I was thinking, man, there ain't no way he's running all the way to Atlanta. I tried to run to my grandma's house one time and didn't make it to the end of the driveway. And this guy's going to run all the way to Atlanta?
Yeah.
Carrying a torch. But yeah, however they do it, they run so many miles and then somebody else gets it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. She didn't run very long, and then she passed it to another woman that was a local woman that was running marathons. Yeah.
Heck, 1996, heck, there wasn't no cell phones or nothing. If anybody recorded it, it would have had to have been like with a camcorder, VHS tape or something,
Yeah.
or pictures. If you had a camera, you wasn't pulling your phone out on that.
Yeah. It's some awesome things have happened throughout life. I know everybody. We haven't led boring lives.
Oh no.
Yeah, my little brother, he was training for Olympics, downhill skiing. I'm sure there's another word for it.
Like bobsledding, maybe?
No, on
No.
skis, like slalom or
Oh, okay.
I don't know what
Yeah.
to call it.
Yeah, I couldn't
And-
even try to attempt nothing like that.
Yeah, and that's he was on the job and sitting and waiting to turn into the job site, and a car hit head on, and he was the only survivor. But he was in the hospital for 6 months, and so he's like half metal, and they kept asking his physical therapist asked him, what's your goal? And he said, ski down Death Mountain. And he did. Took a long time, but yeah. I have a pretty athletic family. Hey, Stenslow.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, niece doing the Ironman, and they don't just go little.
Doing those Ironman events, I mean, you got to be in good shape for that. That pushes everything physical, mentally, spiritually.
Yeah, and she's got a good man to push her. He was the one who started it, I think, and she started training with him, and so they both do the Ironman competitions all over the world.
They have one here every year in Augusta. And unfortunately, the weekend that it was supposed to come to Augusta last year was the weekend that Hurricane Helena touched down.
Yeah.
The event was scheduled to start, I think Saturday, and Helena hit us that Thursday night, Friday morning. But yeah, they start out with, like, I don't know, they swim so many miles down the Savannah River, and then they get out, and then they bike all across town, and then they come back and they finish it off with, I forget how many miles they run to the finish line.
Let's see. Hers was 120 on the bike, 6 miles swimming, and I can't remember how far to run.
That sounds about right. I think those numbers sound about like what it was here.
Seems like 11 miles to run.
Could be, yeah. Yeah, I think the majority of it here was on the bike.
Yeah.
But so many people. I know I went down there the year before last and watched it, and it was so many people. But yeah, even the people that crossed the finish lines, I mean, they were exhausted. I forget how many hours it took for the first person to cross.
Oh yeah.
It's like 4 or 5 hours maybe.
Yep. It's a long one. With 120 miles on a bike. That's a lot in itself.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
And
'cause
to try and swim and run after that? No way. Oh wow, Jerry. Cool. Okay, Tim. Didn't know what happened to you. Here's a new one up here. Hadn't been up in a minute. Hey, Jan.
Hi, how's everybody doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, doing good.
doing well. Nice to meet you.
Hi, White. Sorry, a little flush. I'm blushing. You can't see me.
I always blush. It's the bulldog red. It never goes away.
Why do you have an effect on the girls?
I'm not. It is. I guess I appreciate that.
Well, it has to do with the touch of history today. I was in Madison, Wisconsin, at the Historical Society, and I got to touch the 1846 and 1849 Wisconsin Constitution.
Oh wow!
Oh,
That's
wow.
exciting.
It was. I was crying, and the guy was like, "Don't cry on it." He goes one piece at a time. It was wonderful. Just a beautiful experience.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's something else.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I heard you mention it, I think on D's. So how far did you get with investigating 5G?
Oh my gosh.
How much time do you have?
Yes. One tower can go more than 5 miles, the radiation.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I have special things in my house. I use EMF solutions on my router. I have covers on my phones. I have things under my bed, like sacks that collect all the EMF. I have stuff on my window with silver. There's another place in Minnesota called, I think it's on my YouTube channel, on my tools page, a real nice company. They were going to come out and talk to my city council and explain everything. But they did stop the tower build. And the next thing, this Wednesday, we're talking about stopping the fluoride for sure. So, but yeah. Oh, there's so many things. EMF is my thing, though. Yes.
Yeah, I want to get with you on that. And I'd like to discuss that more when you get a chance.
Okay.
Definitely. So somebody asked, oh, do you know how Benjamin is doing?
He's doing good. He's kind of taking it easy. He frequents another channel where it's just laid back and he just watches. He's just relaxing, eating healthier,
Good.
So, yeah.
As long as we know he's out there listening and doing okay.
Mm-hmm.
Love you, Benjamin. He is missed.
Yes, he is. Well, I don't have any reason to go down to Illinois anymore because my friend moved up to Minnesota. So,
yeah.
Because I used to go down there a couple times a year and I'd always stop and see him. So, visit. So now it's different.
Yeah.
Any questions? Yeah, Shinglite. Yep, that's a good one to wear. You have the stones.
I know today marks 164 days since Hurricane Helena tore through the South. But I'm still 164 days later, I still ride around certain parts of the town and Ward County over, and I see a bunch of those alleged towers still damaged.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I don't know. I know they've been putting up a lot more because at one point I could go out to my mom's house and I wouldn't have any service, But she stays back off the road a good little bit. But within the last year or so of going out there now, they must have put a tower or did something because I go out there and it's perfect signal.
Yeah. That's the way it was at my mom's. It's spotty still, but where I'm at, they're everywhere. And I even called the internet company and I said, do you know what those white boxes do? All innocent. And they said, yeah, it's what'd they say? Like
a transmitter or an amplifier?
No, small amounts of radiation. I said that can be turned up or down. Well, yeah, but we don't do that, I'm like, I said, so you think that's healthy for people? And I never got a response after that. Quit talking to me instantly.
I don't know if you could see this, but this is a watch that I wear. And I have a necklace that I wear. And then on the back of my phone, I have a special shield there, that silver thing.
Huh.
And also I go around and I have I don't know if I have it on my a YouTube page, but I go around and I show people doing the LED lights or the microwave, and this thing just beeps off like crazy. Oh, it's by my phone.
Wow.
So What is that signal, or what type of device is that, if you can say?
15. It's at 1503. It's going off the charts. Look.
That's how much radiation.
Okay.
Yep.
I was wondering if you had a meter.
Oh, yeah. I have everything.
I've seen videos of people, they'll go around their house, even at the electrical outlets. And so I assume that that's from the smart meters. I could be wrong. I don't know what it's from.
Yeah, the smart meters, the light
Smart
bulbs,
devices.
the microwave. Oh, the microwave. You should see it goes off the charts. I go like this in the video. I'm holding it above it. And then I turn the microwave on and I bring it down and just it goes crazy.
When it's not even turned on, just sitting there.
No, but it has to be on. Well, it's
okay.
Small. It's like 15 or 13, something like, it's real small when it's just sitting there plugged in. But I always unplug mine. But then when you run it, then it jumps off the charts. So there's still some coming off of it. So
Microwaves in general are going to give off some levels, even just like like she said, on a standby mode. But I think it would be to all your devices now that are considered smart devices, smart fridges, smartphones, everything that's smart that can be Bluetooth or Wi-Fi connected, is going to give off that extra little bit.
Yep. Yeah, I even have sheets with silver in them that I put up on around, because I sleep on the couch here sitting up. And I have like a bag of Shingrelite. It's hard to say, but I keep it underneath my bed here. And I also take it, if I go far places, I'll take it and put it in the car with me, and that helps. So, okay.
Yeah.
Any questions or anything? I won't lead paint. Lead paint is good if you can find it.
Yeah.
I've definitely seen some things play out in real time dealing with like certain LED lighting. I don't know the science behind it, but I've literally seen it affect people in real time. Just for instance, I had this customer, and something was wrong with his eyesight or something. So his doctor told him that he needed to get certain lights that were in a certain spectrum. And I'm thinking, wow, when did they start doing stuff like that? But anyway, we found a company that had them. We ordered them, and we had installed them. And yeah, after we did that, things started changing. It went downhill real fast, just to say the least. Yeah, it's definitely something to it.
That is crazy. Yeah. But my mother always used a toaster oven, and I think my daughter got that. So I got the microwave.
So you're going to have a garden, huh?
I'm trying.
Awesome.
I've got.
I wish you could shut them off. Once they install the smart meters, it's all electronic at that point. They don't even have to have anybody come out. And as soon as it's pulled, as soon as it's disconnected from the socket, they get an immediate message, pops up a red flag. And I can only speak for my area, but I know in my area, somebody's going to show up whether you put it back in or not to see what happened.
Hey, did
Go ahead.
And it's all remotely done with the smart meters.
Yeah.
Everywhere around here has been phased out.
Well, I had my daughter, she's very sensitive to the smart meter stuff too, and she switched out hers. I told her to call the company. They came out and they're charging her additional, I think $25 to have the smart meter taken off and have the old one put on. But it's well worth it,
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I didn't know they would do that, because So the smart meter, it goes straight to the SCADA part.
Yeah, whoever your power provider is.
Yep.
Mhm. I did, yeah.
We have a co-op, and one of the jobs I applied for was in the, I'm pretty sure they call it SCADA, and that's where they had all the, like, you work a 12-hour shift and you're in there all by yourself, and it's all the computers, it like shows everything, and you just sit there and watch those monitors and make sure everything's all good.
Do you know, even if your neighbors have them, they go right through. They can come right through on your side of your house too.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, all that wiring's connected.
Mm-hmm. Your water meters, your propane meters. Dee showed that a couple years ago. They snuck one on her propane meter a couple years ago, and she's like, "Oh yeah, you think so?" I don't know if they came out or not, but yeah, they thought they were going to be sneaky and put one on her propane. Yeah, and they do give off the radiation. Even those new black boxes. But if you don't see towers in a town, they got boxes. They look like shoe boxes. I showed it on one of my channels, or one of my videos on
That
my
is
channel.
true.
Yep, it's all popping up. Yep.
Wow.
That's why you see it's such a, well, I ain't going to say it's a big thing now, but surge protectors or surge protection devices. I guess you see a big uptick in sales and people buying those because, yeah, it makes sense. And even then, I mean, that's not 100%. Anything man-made is not 100%. You know, I don't care what it is. There's still a percentage it could fail.
Right.
I mean, it does give you some levels of protection. But I mean, like I said, anything man-made is, it's going to bite the dust eventually.
Snow takes them out.
Huh. Yeah, and then location too. Of course, here in the South, they're going to show up quicker because we don't have that element of snow, you know?
Yeah.
Unless it's just a real bad storm, more than likely they're going to come out and say, "Hey, buddy, what's going on here? Taking your meter out illegally? You know that's a direct threat to democracy. You can't be doing that."
Yeah, Elaine, I'd call them and tell them to come get over here and take this off, switch it back out. Even if they charge you extra for the month, to be worth it. It's your health, you know? They have no right doing that.
I'm going to write that down to check on that. I don't know what my meter is. It's on a pole, and it's probably, I don't know how to measure feet. It's at least 30 feet away from the house. Maybe more.
Is it digital?
I don't know. I haven't walked up to it and looked at it.
If you go out there and look at it, it'll have like a little screen on it, like a little calculator screen, and it'll show like little digital numbers.
Yeah.
Is that where the blue strip is?
It's usually above it.
Oh, okay.
I think most of those things are kind of universal now. I would imagine so. Some areas would be different. I mean, if you were in a more colder region, I imagine it'd have to be a little bit different setup. But in the South, I think it would be generic for most areas.
Yeah, they'll fight with you on the phone and say, "No, we have to do it." But no, it's my house. Come out here and take it off now. You have to be, you're the customer. The customer's always right. Take it off my house now. And be firm with them. And that's what my daughter did. It took them about a week, but they came out and changed it.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. It's like we were getting, as an electrician, we were getting a bunch of calls of people that was getting these solar panels. I'm guessing power company, they were pretty much just giving them away. people were calling us up, to give prices and stuff, and they obviously didn't realize how much money it takes to actually make something do half of what you want it to do. But yeah, they didn't tell people on the back end how much money they got to spend, and they probably need a whole electrical system upgrade on their house, new panels, new everything, and they still got to get batteries and yeah.
Goodness. So
Yeah, go ahead.
aluminum helps. Is that
I wonder if I should take my well, it's got the cat box next to it. My router, I have a clip on it from EMF Solutions, and I put 2 layers of aluminum foil on top of it, extra protection. But I unplug it every night, and I plug it in when I'm around the computer. So I'm very self-conscious of turning switches off, and I have like 3 power strips, or 2 in the front room, 1 in the kitchen. But I turn everything off. So
I don't know if I can turn everything off, Jen.
Moderation.
No power because it's in your system.
Does your toaster show a change?
Does your tester show a change? Yes. If covered. Oh, I didn't even check. That's a good one, Dragon. 420. I didn't even check that, but I do check the lights and the microwave. I did my phone and other stuff. I didn't even think to check the router.
Yeah.
I didn't even think of it. I'll go do that now. Quick.
Okay. Good to see you, Oz. It's been a little bit. Yep, Jenna's prepared to the max. Well, she's had so many problems too. With she had to have shoulder surgery, and it went awry very badly. Uh-oh.
No, it's good. It's only on 2.3, 1.3, 2.3, 2.4. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I should. Hang just a second. Oh, I just touched the phone.
Yeah, our water has a lot of chlorine. Sometimes when you turn the faucet on, that's all you smell. You people are going to drive yourself nuts.
Talking about technology and inventions, do you know which U.S. president was allegedly the only U.S. president to hold a patent?
To hold a patent?
Yeah, to hold a patent for an invention.
I don't know which president it would be, but I would say about 1830 something.
A pretty well-known president, I'd say.
Like Lincoln?
Exactly.
Oh my goodness.
It was today in 1849, Abraham Lincoln applies for a patent, allegedly the only U.S. president to do so. And his device was a flotation device that would go underneath boats, and it would lift them over like obstructions and stuff like that.
There it is. You see the foil?
Yes.
Okay, and then I got a clip. There's a clip on the back of it. I don't know if you can see it back there.
Yep.
Okay. And now I'll put the thing by it. Oh, see, I got the aluminum foil off of it. Let me cover it. Okay, now we'll put it back.
Shoot, I get a bunch of them old school potato chip bag holders that my grandma used to have and put some foil on that. Man, that thing will block anything.
Yeah, it's doing
Man.
3.1. I don't know if you guys can see, but it's not going off.
Your camera's off.
Is it? My
Yeah.
camera's off? Oh, dang. All right.
We can't see anything.
Oh, darn it. Okay. Well, we're good. We're done. Done with science projects. Oh, man. I tried.
Thank you for sharing that.
Uh-huh. Yeah. No, I was looking for some pictures earlier.
You
You said you were like 6'7" or something, or 6'5", or
Allegedly.
He's tall.
okay. My biological father was 6'7".
Well,
Yeah.
my dad, they told me my dad was like 6'10", 6'11", somewhere
Goodness.
around in there. It runs in both sides of the family. My oldest sister, she's 6'1". One of her kids, my middle nephew, he's young. Well, of course, he's younger than me, but he's almost 7 foot. He's taller than I am.
Golly. So
And
is anyone short in your family or regular height or
anybody, pretty much anybody that's short in the family, they probably married in. You know what I mean? We just adopted them. 'Cause, even my niece, she's in high school and she plays sports and basketball, and she's the top, pretty much the biggest girl on the court or the field at any time. I mean, she's destroying them.
Wow. That's great.
No, all the short people, they pretty much married in. We just adopted them.
Oh my
My
goodness.
my granddad on my mom's side, I mean, he lived into his late 80s and he was still over 6 foot. And I'm pretty sure he shrunk some.
Wow. I know. Not fair that we shrink.
Well, at least they started me out taller. You know, I got a little wiggle room.
Yeah, I'm the oldest of 10, and I am the shortest. I'm 5'7". So, yeah, it's weird how all my
Wow.
brothers and sisters, I gotta look up to them, or you give them a hug, and it's like your face is right in their chest,
Oh, my boys are tall, but the girls, we're all about the same height. Oh my goodness, Elaine.
Yeah, I know. I went to the Wally World earlier. Had to get a few little odds and ends.
Question.
And I was just thinking to myself, man, there's like nobody in here, which I didn't really mind, but I'm just thinking, there's nobody in here. And I get in the line, and it was two women behind me. I heard them chit chatting, and I just turned around and, smiled and said hello. And then they asked me the same thing. They said, "Is it just us, or does it seem like it's really empty?" And I said, "It's weird. You just said that, because I was just thinking that to myself as I was getting in the checkout." I mean, could have just been timing. It was a Monday. Everybody partied hard on the weekend. I don't know.
I don't know. If we go to the town with the Walmart, it doesn't matter what day it is, it's packed.
I got a funny.
You got a funny?
Well, I could either sing a quick little song, not sing, but just it's kind of like a little song, or I could just tell you of an experience I had in a grocery store a while back.
Whichever you prefer.
Oh, shit. I knew you were going to say that. All right, I'll do this song quick. Since Jerry says that I smoke, I'll just throw it out there. His name is, I'm nervous. His name is Pancho. He work on the rancho. He make 3 pesos a day. Along come Lucy. She give him some and takes his 3 pesos away. I don't want to say the word to be bad.
That's pretty good.
Oh, baby shark.
T-Dog, he just...
Oh, baby.
Hello, Salinas. Salinas.
I don't know why D-Dog is so hung up on that song.
Because
It's
D don't
his
like
favorite.
it. Oh, gosh. Okay, the experience, I was walking in a grocery store many years ago, and there was this little lady in front of me, and I was like following her.
There's a
She
D.
goes to the end of the hall and goes around the corner. And then this good-looking guy comes in where she went around the corner. He comes walking down the aisle towards me. And she just turned around the corner, and all of a sudden you see him.
Oh, no.
Yeah, she laid one. This nice little lady laid one, and she left. She dodged around the corner so fast. And this guy is looking at me, and I'm looking at him. I'm like, and he's like, and he just started laughing. It made your eyes water.
Oh, man. She crop dusted the entire aisle 9.
Oh, my goodness.
Speaking of pesos, did you know it was today in 1862 U.S. issues the first paper money in the form of $5, $10, $20, $50, $100, and $500 and $1,000 notes?
And when was that?
That was today in 1862, allegedly.
Wow.
That was in response to the first legal tender act that was signed in February the 25th of that year.
And the guy's name that was on the first $1 bill was that one bank. What is it called? Cash or oh gosh, what is it?
J.P. Morgan?
No. It starts with a C, I thought. And his picture was on the first bill. Because I saw that. Huh?
Chase?
Yes. Sorry.
Really?
Yes. He was on the first bill, and it didn't last long. And then Washington. I don't know when Washington got on there.
They issued $150 million in original greenbacks. That's how it got the term greenback. And then in July of that following year, they issued another $150 million, which introduced the $1 and $2 notes.
Okay.
Now, I didn't know $2 bills were that old.
Still around. My grandma used to give all us grandkids money on Christmas with the $2 bills.
Yeah. And then it was 1930 when the Federal Reserve, 33, something like that. So, wasn't it somewhere around there that they established the Federal Reserve?
Oh, yeah. It's been tinkered with a couple times for sure.
Uh-oh. Hey, Benford. Good to see you. Wait.
Well, it seems to maybe Jen and Watt could sing a duo together. Wasted days and wasted nights.
And you sound like you're feeling pretty good tonight.
I'm just touching that Constitution. I was crying, and he's like, you can't touch this and cry on it. And I was just so overwhelmed with pride holding those two constitutions. Bonnie, I can't even explain.
Yeah.
No, it was better than being high. Trust me. Oh, it was just wonderful.
You said this was Wisconsin, the Wisconsin versions?
Yes. Yep. 1846 and 1849. Yeah.
Sold it in camo.
Huh?
I guess ours would be in the Ladybird Library, maybe. You went to a museum, though. Is that what you said?
No, the Wisconsin Historical Society, but it took me. It took me. I started looking in September, and I finally found it.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's older than Black Watch. Oh, dang, there he is, right there. Oh, sorry.
Hey, Bob. Is that Kim? You are well away from the cyclone, are you not? That hit Brisbane, and aren't you from Australia?
No, this is Jen.
Oh, sorry, that was Kim from Australia.
Was that Canadian guy over there? Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I thought it was Kim when I heard it, and I thought that was Australia.
We used to be friends, Blackwatch, back in the day. Don't you remember? I mean, I was on these all the time.
What's how do you spell it?
Jen.
IT.
Maybe, yeah. It's been, sorry about that. I thought she said Kim, and you said it was Australia. They're getting hit. They got hit by a cyclone really bad. Up through Brisbane, and
Yeah, I saw that.
I think they said 3 months of rain in 24 hours. So, which I'm glad it held off, because I'm calling from the island of Canada. Last weekend, we kind of dug them out, about 3,000 plus miles.
Night kiss off, love ya.
But
yeah, and they're going to take all your alcohol away. So,
yeah, I've heard that we could go up there and sell Jim Beam, like make a fortune.
Yeah, Bonnie, let's go, man.
Right.
I don't really want to go that way, but it's a whole lot worse than what you think in some reason. They just jacked up on today's Monday. We supply Minnesota, New York, and Michigan. 1.5 million homes and businesses just went up 25%. So it's taken very serious. Which, is another rabbit hole, which...
Wait, what? Canada just upped the price of the homes in those 3 states? Is that what you're saying?
No. Ontario by itself supplies hydro electricity to 1.5 million homes of those 3 states. Just went up 25%. And the premier that got in said, if we got to make it 50, I'll make it 50. If I shut it off, I shut it off. But he points out, it's not the American people. Got to stress that, But anyway.
But that's what they're taking it out on.
No. They got it all wrong.
Oh.
When you think about it, this situation, say I sell you guys a product, it's 25% more, right? Who pays that?
We did.
Yes, the consumer.
Yes.
Not, you know, but apparently some people don't understand how that works.
Yeah.
I'll make my own.
But I know the politics, but you wouldn't have heard of Mark Carney. He was born in the Northwest Territories. 30 years ago, his father ran for the Liberals. He failed. Mark got his BA, master's, PhD at Harvard in finance. He was the first youngest Bank of Canada governor. He was the first Bank of England foreign governor. He was a governor of the World Monetary Fund, and he's going to be our next prime minister, no doubt. So anyway, it's just a lot of things have been happening up here that way. But I don't want to go down that, you know. I agree with our politicians.
Behold the Carney.
It's not the people. Yeah, Mark Carney. He's the youngest, you know. You're not going to put too much past him in finance. But anyway, apparently that's what's happened recently, which, you know. But time marches on.
Gotta love it.
Gotta love it.
It's a mess, isn't it? I know I was on Tim's panel earlier, and that's what I was telling them, that they'd be surprised at how much does come from Canada to the United States. And I think everyone would. I mean, it's not only China, Taiwan, India, all those. It's Canada, Mexico. We receive goods from a whole lot of other countries. And that's why I don't know how this is going to pan out and what the purpose of it is. If we're receiving goods from those countries, why we put tariffs on those countries? It's
the people pay it. I mean, duh, you know.
Right, but are we paying tariffs to the countries that are supplying us?
Yeah. I can't stress enough, every politician says, I don't want to do this.
I agree, 101.
We don't want to do this. Did you hear Justin Trudeau's address to a certain American individual?
I didn't watch that.
No, it's not well publicized. It didn't go well out, but apparently a news agency was talking to him or something, you know, about probably, you know, him stepping down because Mark Carney's now officially the Liberal leader and all this crap. And I don't know how he started it. I can't find the link to it. It was earlier. But he says, he looked straight at the camera and he says, now I'm going to talk to one individual American. He says, Donald, first name. We spent a lot of years together, made a lot of good deals, did a lot for both our countries. And I never thought I'd agree with the Washington Post when they said, what you're doing is just plain dumb. Then the camera went out. It is. It's silly. But, you know, I hate to take it down that way, but it's coming. And the Premier more or less said, you keep playing games. I sent you the thing. I don't know if you got.
Yes.
With this tariff. Then it puts on the stock market. All that stuff is true. That's our way of doing it up here, Bonnie. And you know that thing, when I watched it, I thought, I'm not going to watch it right away. So by the time I got in, there was about 500 comments and 500 views. It's got 40,000. And he said this back and forth. And there they said, you touch the stove, you get burned twice. The tariffs aren't coming off from here. There's no, well, you changed your mind, you put it up. They're on. That's it. Done. That doesn't go off the table. They stay. Next stop, 50%. Because that last one I sent you, that's very serious the way we do it here.
But in between times of if it's on, it's off. If they change the date, they move the date up. If they increase the tariffs, they're definitely not going to lower it. Nobody's going to lower it at this point, just out of sheer ego, I guess. Maybe you could factor that in. But in the meantime, we see these big corporations, they're folding left and right. I mean, we can go down the list of all these companies just closing or getting ready to close. But the mom and pops, they're having to affect these blows. It's creating a uncertainty in the market. And like you said, the consumer inevitably is going to pick up the bill because the corporation, all they're going to do is, all right, if you're putting a 25% tariff, all right, well, now we're putting a 35% tariff. So we can cover the 25% that you're putting on it, and we can get us an additional 10%.
Right.
The whole thing is he puts, like I pointed out in there, think about it. I'm going to put it on so the stock market loses $1 trillion, almost literally. Then I'm going to take it off. Well, who do you think propped the market up, bought in? Exactly what that video was.
So that's all political. The people.
It's not political. It's my savings. It's my pension investment.
Okay, I understand that.
Yeah.
That your government is holding. The same here. But still, this is all political.
Yeah, it is.
People don't want to see this happening because what I personally think I'm seeing is we're being pushed into war. It's
no, we are. You're president. I'm sorry.
Okay, but I'm just saying the political people of wherever seem to be pushing us towards that. And no, we don't want to see that. Y'all have been how long have we known y'all? All of you Canadians, how long have we known y'all? I know I've known all of y'all since for what, 4 or 5 years?
Yeah.
At least. And so it's
pointless. It's like you said, it's just dumb. What are we doing this for? Why?
We aren't.
They want us to fight each other.
What are we doing it for? And I could tell you something else. British Columbia, you're aware of where Alaska is. That provincial government had to enact a bill to allow it. They're going to, when the trucks come up to Alaska, all this carbon stuff that goes in the fuel has to be made in British Columbia. Yes. They're going to be taxed and road taxed until it's not worth. It's stupid. Even the politicians are going, what are we doing up here? Why are we doing?
I disagree with that. I think that it's both. We both help each other. Mm-hmm. I know we do.
Yeah, but sorry.
So that's the thing, Black Watch. I understand you're upset. You're watching all this. Everyone's watching all this.
Yeah.
And I understand the frustration, but at the same time, we have gotten along. We can get along.
Oh, absolutely.
People, and it just.
I mean, there's no way you're old enough. I mean, like 37 or so. Isn't that what you are now? You won't remember the original auto pack from the 60s. That was big news.
Yeah.
And that was a big, huge step. And now he's playing a game with it. It's like
imaginary lines and imagined disagreements.
But it's always, I don't know. I don't understand it for the life of me. I don't what are we doing this for? And it's not the American people. I stress that. That's what I thought here. But anyway, I could tell you a comment I put in the video. And I'm up to almost 100 likes on it.
We could trade y'all the what was it, British Columbia? We could trade y'all British Columbia for Alabama.
No.
We can say about that trade. Come on now. That's fair, man. That's as fair as it can get.
I'm lucky if I can walk to or run to the bathroom, let alone keep running from coast to coast to coast in Alabama. No way.
What is it good for? Absolutely nothing.
But it's I don't, things that just were and always were to me are getting disrupted. And for the most part, that's the way Canada looks at it. Like, what are we doing?
We're just waiting for the moment where the video goes viral. You just see all the angry Canadians rushing across the border, mounted on majestic mooses.
Yes.
Just a fistful of Canadian bacon. Charging in.
And the trees and maple trees and the syrup.
Yeah, just tossing bottles of syrup everywhere.
Or if it comes in cans, bottles.
And moonshine.
Yeah, just slinging moonshine and syrup everywhere.
Yeah. I thought of a remark that I would have said to Donald, but I'm not going to say it here.
Oh, gosh.
He stressed it's like Alphonse Capone. But anyway, it's nonsense. It's just. But that video is the way we do this up here, Bonnie. And like the guy said, what did he say? SNL shit. This is what it's like. This is just the way, and it's dead serious. But anyway, it's pointless. I don't see it.
Stand by. This is a station identification.
Mind you, I only use Kentucky bourbon to get the rest. So I don't miss it at all.
Breaking news. The world will not end tonight. It is already tomorrow in Australia. More at 11, Bob.
Yeah, 14 hours ahead. No, it's more than that. Daylight savings time snuck in there somewhere.
Oh, yeah, we didn't account for that.
No.
Crap. There could be a void happening and we don't even know it.
This is it.
Da-da-da-dum, da-da-dum.
Smoke them if you got them.
No, I don't smoke. Never mind.
Candy.
Pass them if you don't.
Candy, cigarettes, cigarillos. Candy, cigarettes, cigarillos. If you remember that. Cigarettes.
Oh, no. They've already classified candy, cigarettes, and VHS tapes as a direct threat to democracy.
I had
It's
more.
over, my friend.
But it's.
Oh my gosh! Do you remember
Don't
the
you go-
cigars that used to be bubble gum when they passed them out too? When you had a baby
Yeah.
in the 70s.
Well, I caught the revamped horrible version in the 90s, but yeah, probably the same concept.
But you know something that's really, and I think it's going to pan out. Everybody was, for whatever reason, against Trudeau, Justin. In the last few weeks, his popularity soared. The Liberal Party is almost a shoo-in for the election coming up. That's what Donald Trump has done. Guaranteed the Liberals the majority government at the end of this.
I will, chessboard. Thank you. Much
Thank
love.
But in any event, it's just so pointless.
Pointless.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Everybody loses. There's no win. Well, there are winners, and we all know who they are. But outside of that, regular guy, here we go again.
In the end, we can win, but we still got to go through battles and obstacles to get there.
Well, I don't really want to get too deep into all this, but
Blackwatch, he's not talking about winning a battle with you.
No, yeah, I'm just speaking this,
socks.
I don't understand. I remove all imaginary lines, state lines, country lines, universal lines, religious lines, imagined disagreements. I think that's what most people have. We have these imagined concepts of what other people should be, what we should be ourselves, or what we shouldn't be, and we let that cloud a clear communion to have a community or have basic communication. I mean, even in that aspect. So I remove all of that. You know, I see everybody as oneself because I haven't been where you've been. I haven't been where these women have been, but I've experienced the same emotions, you know, different roads, different paths,
Good morning,
same
Love.
journey.
Love you.
I thought
That
you.
makes sense.
I thought of you today. What?
I thought of you the other day too. I seen these folks out there dancing with no shoes. I said, man, look at that. That's some of Blackwash's kin.
I was over Joe Norman's and somebody was doing some song. He really did it well. Not Joe. So Kimmy was in there. I haven't seen her in donkey's age. And I said, this makes me want to get up on the table and dance without my socks on.
Go.
That wasn't what I was thinking about, though. There's a gentleman that's an Englishman that was into Scotland, and then his marriage. Anyway, I told Bonnie about this guy. He mixed drinking something. He's fried a few wires, but his name is Ali Khan. You know, like Star Trek, Khan.
Yeah.
And he's convinced he's a starseed. You should talk to him.
I love to talk with people like that.
Oh, you would. But the point was, he's been gone, and all of a sudden, he came up on this guy's panel earlier today. And when you were talking, I think, what should talk to AK?
I like talking with different people like that. I might not agree with them, but I mean, it doesn't change that I find what they believe in fascinating, you know?
I think you could run circles around to get him so frustrated that he.
No, I probably would ask a lot of questions, though.
It's a long show. I've watched them for 3 years now, I think, but it's
Almost like not really like a guru, but like some people might say they were a guru or something, you know, star child guru.
he's no starseed if you know what they are, you know, supposedly. And don't bring up the Egyptian pyramids or God.
Yeah, don't mention that.
He must have got to me because I watched a documentary on just that after lunch. But I tell you, some strange people.
Well, at least you didn't go to a wedding this weekend. Now I'm having all type of bridal things pop up as advertisements, you know? It's weird how those things work.
So when you went to the store, did you get something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue? And you got that?
I think that's everything. Everything you buy at the store is just all of that in one now.
Yeah, really. I came over when a long time ago, you said Wally World. And like I had no clue it's a food store. And I'm picturing Chase punching this, paper mache thing in the nose. And I'm thinking, what the hell is Watt doing at Wally World?
Oh, it's an adventure.
But apparently it's a store. It's but we have our same things. Here, so many convenience stores that are overpriced, they went out of business. But closer you get to the border, they're back in business. It's weird.
Okay, I'm going to share this.
Hmm?
I'm going to share this.
Oh, wow. Nice.
What is that? Your car trying to turn over or what?
Not my car. That's 420 Wild Dragon.
But anyway.
He has rat rods, cool stuff.
Oh, is this show and tell time?
I love show and tell.
Oh, I'm still sharing. Oops.
I don't know if I could apologize about that whole thing on Carl's and I don't know where I came up with that night, Bonnie. I don't, it just, you were talking about platforms and people's virtual living room. And I guess I all of a sudden thought, where do you not want somebody to go? Not in my drawers.
Can't sit here.
Ain't there. Anyway.
What was it I used to do? When you get obnoxious.
There she was, just a walking down the street singing doo-wah-dee-dee-dee-dee-dum. She walked on to my door. He had some good songs when you think about it, Roy Orbison.
Jenny was my friend, my only friend.
And I loved him, and I pet him, and I dropped him on his head.
Might not be a smart man, but I know what love is, Jenny.
I know what my Johnny.
And yes, I ate those back. You ever get those Christmas chocolates or somebody touched them?
Oh, that's crazy.
Half-eaten orange. I don't blame them. The orange ones and that were terrible.
I'm sorry, I haven't seen you in a while.
It's crazy they're still dealing with all that.
There's the link if you want to come up. Missed you.
I hadn't heard much about what was going on in Kentucky besides, hearing about it or looking stuff up myself. I hadn't seen many articles about it.
I hadn't either. And
why is the grass turning blue and you're green or something in Kentucky?
They had some real bad floods out there.
Did they?
I forget the specific day. I want to say last week sometime, maybe. Could be wrong on the date.
What? There's a question for you.
Well, it depends on what the definition of lucky is. There's just infinite definitions of lucky. So pick one. If it sticks, you can apply it. I'll allow it.
Did you catch that lake thingy? What is that called? That garter belt? Did you catch
Oh, no. I made sure it was smoke break time at that point. I was nowhere in the vicinity. I could see it, but I wasn't in the velocity range.
You ran.
I got a question. What does smoke break got to do with the garter belt? I got the question this time.
Everything. Everything and nothing at the same time.
I got this picture of this weird person leaning against the door smoking. I think, get messing with my mind. And there's not much of it to mess with, so careful where you tread. How the hell did we get to that? Now I got a question.
Is this even real?
I hope not, because
Are we here right now?
that handlebar mustache you're wearing about to scare me half to death.
One big mass hallucination of a dream.
Yeah. But anyway, guess what I had for dinner?
Spatchcocked Cornish game hen.
No, I had an onion and cheese sandwich.
I was going to say a sandwich.
Like a sandwich connoisseur.
I speak Spanish. Onions, onions, la la la.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Is this the real life? Yes.
Is this a real life? Just caught in a landslide, no place for reality. Open your eyes.
Oh my goodness.
I'm just a poor boy.
You did that pretty good, Jen.
Did I?
Jen or what? No, what's deeper than that?
I used to play
I yield.
accordion with not older. Oh man.
We need a few more for the chorus, so come on up here.
Lord, I'm putting them in.
But
Making lasagna. Oh my gosh.
Making lasagna. Yeah.
I used to be able to play spoons, but I could do it with my hand better. You know, that's what I was trying earlier. It didn't work. No, it's ideal with life. A lot of laughter, and that's my only medicine. Well, other than Dee's cell, that helps out 100%. Without that, I don't think I'd be even laughing. So,
Wait.
what?
How is this happening? Arizona's south, Canada's north.
What?
I don't know. Can't figure that one out.
Huh. I never learned how to make lasagna.
Oh, my daughter could make a killer lasagna.
Oh my gosh.
I enjoy a good lasagna.
Yeah.
Everybody's got their own twist on it, so it
Mhm.
makes it even better.
Wait, what?
good lasagna. I got a picture of Mama Gina at her Italian restaurant. If you like a piece of lasagna, here's 10 pounds. Wow.
I don't know about that, Ann.
I'm not sure.
I haven't mailed food like that. Cookies and jerky and stuff, but not. How would you mail a lasagna?
Yeah.
Okay, now she's got me curious.
There's ways, I imagine, you know.
I guess if you put it in a really good sealed Tupperware, freeze it. I would freeze it first.
Freeze it, or maybe, I don't know, get like one of those little styrofoam containers with some dry ice packs or something. I don't know.
You put all the wafers in the freezer? What you said?
No,
Music.
freeze the lasagna to mail.
Oh, lasagna. Go back to lasagna.
And it would have to be overnighted, I would think.
Don't do
Yeah,
that.
that's what Beth said. She froze it and overnight. Okay.
Yeah,
Figured it out.
there you go.
I've always found lasagna very filling.
Dry ice.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
It's got a little bit of everything, you know. Your bread, your meat, your veggies, your herbs.
What do you put in lasagna? You put the pasta.
With the pasta, that's what, you know, I say that's breading, you know. That's your carb.
Excuse me. I'm going to have to look that up, Ann. I hadn't heard that. It's not like I'm real close to Austin, so I don't get all of their news.
It's a different world out there.
It's all in the sauce, Black Watch.
It's all in the sauce.
Yeah, get the sauce, Black Watch. Get the sauce. I'm sorry.
You gotta cut the garlic paper thin so it liquefies, you know. Forget about it, huh?
You don't want crispy lasagna.
don't mind a little crispy corner now. One slice
Right.
in there. I'm not against it. You know, like a little cheese skirt.
I probably should call Bonnie. This is how I am naturally. I am. I'm upbeat, and you know.
Love it.
We have 7 other women in this building, and we have this lady that comes here. She's called a service coordinator, and she helps the other ladies with, different like paperwork or insurance and stuff like that, or accommodations, what have you. And once in a while, we'll play a bingo game, and I'll take the bingo things and put them in my eyes. Do goofy stuff, huh? What,
That's
Bonnie?
okay. I get it. This couple that they're not rich, but they're snooty, like I guess you call it.
Mhm.
And so we all went out to eat one night, and they had their son. He was about 11, 12 maybe. And they're acting all proper, and well, me being me, the straw was wrapped in paper. Took a little bit of the paper, rolled it,
Go, girl.
did a spitball. If you could have seen their faces. The little guy was like, at first he was all, and then he started laughing, and he was all in. It didn't turn into a food fight, at least.
Oh my gosh.
Nice.
You could be upbeat and happy, because you're sitting here looking at 4 walls, and it's like, okay, it's not self-entertaining. You laugh at. Oh my, never mind. I'll stop. I gotta stop right now because I'll tell you another story, and I'll usually be falling on the floor. So we'll leave it at that. Oh gosh.
Excuse me just a second.
Paige and Miss Diana, are you going to come up here, or Deanna? Hello, Miss Deanna.
Okay.
I don't think it's gotten weird enough yet. We need to increase the amperage. We need to get a few more
She
amps in
wants
here.
to talk dirty. That's right. I saw that show the next day. I couldn't believe it. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, we've been trying to contact you about your car's extended warranty policy. Please press 1 for more information. El número y 2.
That's not assault, Jerry.
Gosh.
You talk about, I watched, there's a guy, Jim Browning, that's not his real name. He's North Irish software developer, and he gets all these scam things. Well, apparently in Dubai, somehow the cameras, I don't know how he managed it. And there was an inside guy, and there's 4 to a room, and 150 rooms per floor. And there was 3 floors on 5 buildings. Anyway, the point was thousands got arrested finally, for these scamming things. Like your warranty and all that crap.
Yeah.
Thousands.
Is that the end of the story?
Give them hugs for me, Dee.
Aw. Oh, Jen, I'll be listening. Hi, Ed. Hi, Ed. Or Friday, I mean. Oh, my gosh. How did I get that mixed up?
Well, there's an Ed, too. And Nettie.
Right, yeah, but I like Little Friday. I saw him right after he was born, pretty much.
Aw.
Yeah, he and I have on Dee's page, one of her pages, where he was sitting on the. He came up to me and I don't know if he got him an apple or a carrot or something, but yeah, he was just a little sweetheart. I miss him.
Yep.
Oh, it
Is
feels
it a
good.
person or an animal?
A miniature horse, little horse.
Mini horse.
Same.
Oh, a horse, of course.
There's a horse, of course. That's what they
Oh my goodness.
I didn't think you got a few years under your belt. You remember Mr. Ed and all that crap.
Yep.
Horse is a horse. That was a stupid show.
Well, you're 60 something too, aren't you, Black Watch?
Pardon?
You're 60 something too, aren't you?
Well, I'll be, I think, 14 next week. That's what somebody once said from this IT channel. He's either an undercover FBI agent, he's an alien, or he's a reincarnated 14-year-old. So I went with the latter one.
Really, all of the above.
I thought you were going to say one-eyed gypsy something.
That too. An intergalactic one-eyed gypsy from North Korea. How can it be intergalactic if it's from North Korea? That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
Who believe that crap? Jerry, I believe everything.
Remember that show? Well, it was, I guess, a book or whatever, but the show Ripley's Believe It or Not.
Yeah.
They used to have that syndicated newspapers, a little thing every day. You know, Ripley's Believe It or Not.
Mm-hmm.
I've been to a Ripley's Believe It or Not. And
oh, that's cool.
In the back of it, they have a wax museum. That's creepy.
Yeah. Scary as shit.
Oh, I bet.
It's across the road from the Alamo.
I think they have one in Illinois too, downtown. And that's it's creepy.
Remember the first one I went to? It was in Helen, Georgia. It's like a German town. The whole town's set up like that. It's beautiful, but I forget the name of the place, but they had a wax museum, and then like one part of it was like kids like not nursery rhymes, but like stories like Hansel and Gretel and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
And I thought that part was the creepiest part of it all. Even as a kid, I'm like, man, this is kind of creepy.
Who would pay good money to go in and look at a bunch of old candles?
Yeah. Pretty much, yeah.
Weird. I don't know.
You know.
You lit the wick.
Yeah, which end do you light it from?
We're getting out of hand. What was it? Madame Tussauds? Wasn't it the big one?
Madame Tussauds Wax Museum.
Museum, yeah. Jack the Ripper and all those. Jessica Rabbit.
All the good old boys.
Just a good old boy.
Oh, there's a movie, House of Wax.
Yeah, that's a horror. I've seen that one.
Oh, is it? That's
Yeah.
why I haven't seen it.
Vincent Price. That's who it was. I think. Was it for 20? Was it Vincent Price?
I think that was the original. I know they remade it some years later, like in maybe the mid 2000s. I want to say.
I think I got to do a sound check with these two speakers because I thought Watt said there's this hill in Georgia, and I thought, hill, you only got one? I mean, you know, Is it like a national music?
We have mountains.
No, but
Got
he's
everything.
and I thought he said hill, and I thought, huh, George only has one hill.
It's pretty hilly.
It's really hilly.
Don't get it confused now. It can be hilly.
I thought the Arkansas. Sorry.
I bet that's not quite what we're talking about, is it?
It's different, but it is similar.
No clue.
Allegedly.
I lost my place in the show notes again. Where are we?
Aunt Trumpula, good to see you.
I used to make candles when I was a little girl. Not no more.
We did. My mother, she would get the milk cartons when they were paper back in the day, and
Yeah.
we'd fill them with ice cubes, and then she would heat the wax on the stove, and we'd stick our finger in it because we wanted a wax finger,
Oh,
just because we were kids, whatever. And she put different colors of food coloring in there, and you light them, and they're holy because of the ice. It's kind of cool.
Yeah. One time we went to one of them places. I don't know if it was in North Carolina or Virginia, but you know where they dip the candles in the different colors, and then they cut them and twist them and make the decorative candles.
Yes.
I've we watched a lady do that. That was pretty cool.
Yeah. We have a factory. Well, we don't, but it's about 35 miles from me.
I like those wax lipsticks. Ertle's lips.
Yeah, you bought them for about a cent.
Yeah.
Wax lips. And
Good night, Jeannie. Much love.
Oh my gosh.
Wax lips.
Now it's silicone lips.
Yeah.
you talk about a simpler time. It had to be because us kids were damn simple.
Yeah.
I want some of those lips. This is my allowance. I want wax lips.
And those wax bottles, those little bottles,
North Carolina. Good to
packs
see
or
you.
something.
Would it have the liquid inside?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I had
The
remember those as a kid, but I'm sure they were a lot different by the time I got a hold of them.
Mm-hmm.
the little wax bottles.
Uh-huh.
With the liquid. Yes, I remember those.
Yep.
And candy. Sorry.
We were crazy chewing on wax. What's up with that?
I used to make use Elmer's glue in a wooden ruler to make fingernails.
Man, you were ahead of the curve, you know?
Right?
Didn't even know it.
Oh gosh, some of the stuff
I
we did as
got
kids.
Yep.
At least you didn't eat the glue. There's a lot of people that said they ate the glue. It missed me by that point. They were just sniffing it by the time my generation came around.
Some of those kids would eat anything.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Give it to Mikey. Mikey will eat it.
Mikey don't like it.
I would hate it when kids would pick their nose and either have lunch
Oh
or
gosh, I
down
knew
the
you were
wall.
gonna
I'm not going there because that's disgusting. That is so disgusting.
Yeah.
I don't want to revisit that. Thank you very much. Just vocabulary.
Jen is way beyond us. Jerry. Well, how old are you, Smarty Pants?
I remember one of my friend's daughters, she would pull the gum under the desk and eat it. Oh, yeah.
Oh, the gum? Yeah. Oh, nasty. Ugh.
Like Russian roulette. Just hopefully you grabbed your piece.
Good immune system, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're only 2 years older than me.
Who?
Jerry is. Mushroom.
Oh no, Al.
Huh?
I was a bigger eater.
Or fair game. Oh, baloney. Oh, boogers. I thought that baloney. Sorry. Oh my god. That's sick. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, buddy.
TMI.
It's pretty hardcore, even by my standards.
I remember there was a friend of mine, Norman Rogers, I grew up with, and his family was staunch Catholic, right? I mean, he had brothers and sisters coming out as a wazoo. But the last little girl had kind of like a piggy nose, and she'd sit there with her crayon, and she'd start to stick it up her nose.
Whoa.
Guess what? She ended up in the hospital in the ER trying to get this crayon out of her nose.
Mm. Man.
You know, and I thought something went wrong. This is where you stop, you know what I mean, before this one went wrong. I don't think what happened to good old Norman.
Man.
One of my girls, well, it wasn't a crayon. She stuck something up her nose. I never have figured out what it was, but it was like foam. So it swole in her nose. And I was running to the neighbors. My car was broke down to see if I could use their truck to rush her to the ER. And they were both, they had worked in a hospital in Grand Rapids. And he was like, calm down, Bonnie. And I'm like, no, she's got, it's stuck up there. Something's going to happen. And then he got the tweezers. He did it, got it out. And I was like,
oh my
okay,
gosh.
thank you. You saved me a trip.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
And I wonder, with kids eating anything and everything, those places that you hear about with the litter boxes in the classroom,
Yeah.
surely not.
Here's a telling question, Ken. Do you remember when you went to the corner store and you got a soda pop? But it wasn't in refrigeration. It was in a vat of cold water. That's how they chilled pop. A pot of cold water in a cooler.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah. I think they still do that in Alabama, allegedly.
Carl's right. What do you got to think? I mean, didn't you like Forrest Gump or what? You know,
I mean, hey, I'm just reporting the alleged facts here, you know. You're mad at the messenger. You're mad at the scriber. Whoever scribed this stuff out there.
Yeah, Bonnie, they started doing that in when I came out to CD. They started doing that at the schools out here with the cat boxes. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I have not been in any of the schools, but my daughter stopped at someone's house that was having a yard sale, a teacher, and they were putting them in that following year. They were in 2022 is when they were putting them into the school. He did a show about it too, where we were talking about it, but it was pretty traumatizing. Yeah.
Now, is this something that would be in a classroom or something that's in a bathroom?
I see that.
Not saying it's right either way, but you know what I mean?
Yeah. I do not know. I'm being honest. I have not gone in the school. I don't know if it's in the classroom or behind a board or in the bathroom itself. I do not know. But my daughter did say she ran into a teacher at a yard sale that they were doing that, giving the kids the option to be a cat or whatever they wanted to be. It was, yeah, you can't be about that. That's sick, just sick.
That is insane.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of teachers, I got a little question when I think about it. Of course, my memory's photographic. What's the youngest teacher you really remember in detail? not your youngest teacher, how you were the youngest, right?
Mm-hmm.
What one do you remember? How far?
Third grade.
That?
Third grade.
Third. Yeah, you're about in where I am.
She taught me a French saying, Bonjour, ma mère, comment allez-vous?
Oui, oui.
It means good morning, mother. How are you? And that's why I remember third grade.
They called her Mama.
Well, I must have skipped school from kindergarten on because I don't remember any teacher. I only remember one teacher because he kept a bottle of whiskey in his drawer. And he was
And y'all were that rough on him?
Oh my gosh.
So you had the teacher that sat at his desk facing the blackboard and saying, "Good morning, class."
Well, he didn't hide it from us. He'd just take a swig whenever he wanted to.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
I remember first grade, but you mentioned French. Grade in the basement was a raised floor, and the woman's name was Miss French. And I talk about it, and they say, "How old were you?" I said, "Don't ruin my dream about Miss French." She had like auburn hair. Oh my goodness.
And I was going to say, I think the boys would remember that more than the girls because boys.
Well, I remember grade 1, Miss Hudson. She was a miss for a reason.
See?
There was a changing room at the back with 2 doors off it. And she sent me home half clothed in winter. My mom went up to see the principal. I could imagine that. That old battle axe sends my son home again. He gets sick. I'm going to have your head. Never did it again. It's like she had a hot date. And believe me, she had no hot dates in her life. Black hair and the way she, oh, good.
Oh my goodness.
Miserable woman.
It's a camping, that's a camping potty. 5-gallon pail with TP, a split pool noodle, snack bars and water with kitty litter in the bottom. Wait, what do the snack bars have to do with? They have snacks sitting next to it?
Imagine so, yeah. Like a reward or a treat, for doing a good job in your litter box.
Oh my goodness.
What?
I don't know.
How do we get the sheep litter box?
Yeah, I don't even know.
I remember in this one school, we weren't allowed to chew gum. And we would line up outside. Each grade would have a line.
Used for emergency loss. Okay. Thank you for adding that.
Yeah. The teacher had me put the gum on the tip of my nose, and I had to wear it on my nose all day in school.
Oh no.
Like that.
Yeah, and it was by the time when I got on the bus, I tried taking it off. I did, and it took the skin off my nose.
No way.
Yeah, and my mom and my dad went to the school, and they gave it the school hex. So, and I'll never forget that. That was one time that I chewed gum in school. Yeah, just one time.
Cool.
Ever put it behind your earlobe? Sometimes they say, "Here, stick it under your earlobe."
What?
Oh, they on your nose, on your,
I think that's what us did back in the day. You put them behind their ear or something. Save it for later. You.
Yeah, just no. But no, then your hair gets in it. I would have been furious if my hair would have got gum.
How about a teacher that got embarrassed for one reason or the other? You ever had one of them?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I had some interesting teachers. I know my third grade teacher, Miss Wagner, she reminded me, like, if you ever seen the cartoon show, The Magic School Bus, the teacher character in there, Miss Frizzle, She was like the real live person of this lady. Like always super happy. Always had on like a real interesting or weird outfit with earrings and stuff. But she was pretty cool. She was like the real life Miss Frizzle.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
We had one in junior high. You know the desks that wrap around? Favors being right-handed, and your books are underneath it. Do you know what I mean? You can't sit on the front of it. You have to put your feet on it. Don't you have them?
Oh yeah.
You know, so this Miss, she had my last name, was a supply teacher. And she had an A-line skirt on. And most of the guys didn't even hear what she said. So the front one was empty. So she kind of stood up on it more or less and sat back. And all of a sudden her legs went up. You never saw 5 guys grab a desk faster in your life and save their little butt from going off the back of it.
They gave you that. See that? Where'd it go? They're removing the Black Lives Matter Plaza in DC.
The who? I'm sorry.
There you go. It's happening now.
That's what Ann just said. Penguin 6 on YouTube.
Oh.
Said it. Where am I at? Now.
And
I'm
exactly.
I hope so.
I think probably one of my most favorite teachers was my 7th grade Georgia history teacher, Mr. Schreier. He was a cool teacher. I mean, he had a story to go along with everything. He knew about stuff, you know. He didn't always have to go to the book. Pretty cool. Went on a lot of cool field trips. Back when those were still a thing. I don't know if they still do that now.
Yeah.
What is?
Field trips.
Oh, yeah. I remember my first field trip. You'll
Did you
appreciate
fall?
this. You're an electrician, right?
Yep.
Allegedly.
Well, just plug into this. You know what an 029
Oh yeah.
You know what an 029 key punch, IBM key punch is? You see one
Oh
of them?
no, I don't know what that is.
Well, they type on it, the thing goes around, the card goes through and punch. So we went to an IBM, Don Mills, where they produced them. And that time, that's where IT was. My first job, we had like 50 some odd key punch girls. But anyway, you're looking at the line and the backs off them. It's like a little desk, you know, and the backs off them. This guy, you know, IBM show you everything. So I'm looking, they're all yellow wires, about 16 gauge.
Yeah.
They plug in, they connect. But they had them going vertically, you know, paralleling, crossing, and everything like that.
Oh yeah, it's like a interstate of wires at that point.
So the guy says, any questions? And nobody's saying anything. So I said to the guy, I got a question.
I'll be right back.
That's usually what I get with one of my stories, but that's okay. But anyway, I'm looking at it, and I said to him, I got a question. And he says, okay, what's that? I said, look at all those wires, mirror nest, right? How do you prevent induced current? And he said to me, don't worry about it. You can't get a shock. They're ULC listed. I said, I'll be in the bus. And I sat in the bus for the next hour. Do you know what I was trying to say? You run electricity through parallel wiring like that, you could start to create the current. And he's saying, well, you can't get a shock. I'm going, you're stupid. I've got to go sit in the bus. But anyway, so much for my field trip. I don't know if they ever gave me another field trip. We've got kid at school.
I think it went all downhill from there. So, well, got to cut funding on these field trips. It's getting out of hand. They're asking too many questions.
I know it appeals only to you, but you should see the
No.
wiring to a mainframe computer under the floor. The guy
Oh
should-
yeah. That's why I don't do low voltage stuff. I'll leave it to those guys. Yeah, that's a whole nother monster in itself.
The guys used to go for coffee. You know, IBM's got it for 2 hours, and they're going to connect this and that.
Oh yeah,
I used
got
to
to
take
keep the coffee running.
They pull the 2-foot tiles, you know, the metal ones, and I'd sit there and watch them, and you know, ask them, well, how does that connect? You know what I mean? It was very interesting the way that's done. Huge wiring. But
Yeah, when I first started with the electrical company I'm with now, they had it was all low voltage stuff, but the guy just needed a couple extra bodies. So me and another guy, we went out on Fort Gordon, and one of their, whatever you want to call it, cyber security
yeah,
sub offices, and man, I know we probably pulled, seemed like thousands and thousands of miles just of just cables down these hallways, just endless hallways. I think we was out there for like 2 weeks. They were totally revamping their system or whatever, and it just took forever because you got to walk around, and you got this chauffeur that's supposed to let you in certain areas, and sometimes the chauffeur goes missing, or sometimes you got to run out there to get a tool, and then you got to come back in and wait for 20 minutes because you got to find this guy, and you know, and then you get ready to go into a room. They got to shut everything down. You know, they can't have anything open.
no. Well, I used to look at the labels, 600 to 1,000 amps, and I thought, don't touch that, right? Don't touch that. I don't know what the volts were, but the amps were 600 to 1,000.
Or like there's a facility, I don't even think it's open anymore now, but there's a place called Al Recycling, and all they did was get like manufactured errors or products, you know, like coffee makers or electric weed eaters or vacuum cleaners. It would be defects, and then they would break it. Nothing wrong with it, but they'd break it all down, and the plastics, they would shred them or do whatever with the other material, and that would be sent off to get smelted, and I guess the stuff to get remade. But make a long story short, they had some electrical issues, so we went down there. The guy I worked for, me and him went down there. We started opening up panels, and we couldn't figure out what was going on because it was all Chinese components, like Chinese contactors and all type of stuff. And the only reason I knew it was Chinese is because, you know, did a little translator thing. But yeah, they had to call some type of guys in that could especially deal with that type of stuff and convert it over.
Yeah.
Another one of my children snuck into the chat.
I hear waving at you.
My youngest, she has done that before. She's just like, Mom, because she's trying to talk to me and I'm talking to y'all. So I kind of ignore her. And then I just saw another one pop in.
Saying weird things on the internet again, Mom.
Yeah. They all think I'm crazy and talking to people on YouTube, and but
people loving you. I'm crazy.
Blue, you can never ignore me. I would never ignore you.
Hey, I got friends in high places and in low places.
And all too often I have a bunch of high friends and don't know what place they're at.
Took a little trip around
Blue.
There you go. That's a moment in history. Soak it in and embrace it because that just happened.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
I wish she would listen to more of our conversations because I think she might learn something from everybody here.
Not likely.
Just saying. No, she's and that's my other daughter. She got addicted. But it's not I can't stay up as late as y'all. No, I know. She has a 2-year-old that wakes up at like 5 a.m. So but they feel it. Y'all tell Laura hello.
Good evening, Miss Laura. Go Dogs.
You realize I'm not the only crazy one. Absolutely, Al. Thank you. Thank you,
I
Jerry. I won't repeat that one. Mess.
Well, Miss Bonnie, I think I'm going to say goodnight to everybody here.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay. It was good having you up here, Jen.
Oh, it felt good. I needed that.
Always enjoy it.
It's so good to get it out, you know.
Yep.
And Mott, you take care, and Mr. Blackwatch, you take care. And I will see everybody in chat, you all. Okay. Thank you so much for having me.
Likewise.
I
Stay
did.
blessed.
I will be calling you
Okay. Okay.
sometime.
All right. Bye, buddy.
Take care, hon.
Hey, little does she know we locked the door. Where is she trying to get out?
Yeah, leave. Nobody leaves.
Nobody. There was a thing.
Back in, but you can never leave. Is that how it goes?
I think so.
You know, I can't find my high school. They called it a collegiate. It was built in 1920. And the junior high was on the same street further west, you know, it was another walk. But I'm getting the impression they left the original entrance and everything else is gone. And I can't find any proof of that.
Oh, wow.
I mean, what is there, 100-year rule for schools now? You know what I mean? What's 100 years old? Tear it down and put up a parking lot.
I don't know. Now that you mention it, I'm going to have to go look because the school I went to was old like that. And I know that they've built new schools. Even the one here was pretty old.
Well, I've heard of them taking some down in the corner store into like a time capsule, but that was more or less in the city proper. And the upkeep was too much. It was cheaper to flatten it and put up another one or something, you know. It just was too old with the boilers and everything. But this was very well kept. Maybe a developer wanted the land.
The old buildings that my primary school and elementary school, they were broken up. The primary school, it was on one campus and it was like pre-K, kindergarten, first and second. And then elementary school, it was across town. It was third, fourth, and fifth. And then you went to middle school, but they used to say both of them was haunted. Even like, what was it, the elementary school? They say when you walk past the pictures, you know, the eyes would follow you, but you know, things like that happen if you're fixed on that point. But
yes.
There was some weird stuff that happened in the school. I ain't going to deny it. Don't know to what level was it haunted, but I definitely seen some weird stuff. Don't know if it was my imagination or it was really happening.
I believe it. We have so many haunted places here. Even my daughter, she refuses to check the mail at night. She will not walk in that building because there's nobody in there. And
yeah, I don't blame her.
It's lit up, but not real bright. I don't blame her either because there's hiding places and you never know because it's unlocked all the time. The front part, where you check your mail.
And you always keep your head on the swivel, but it's kind of like a vulnerable spot, you know.
Hey, Moonchild. Yep. We know Craig rode on the short bus. Just joking, Craig.
When we grew up, we called the school buses cheese wagons. So, oh man, we got to go get on the cheese wagon.
1845. The land was haunted.
That reminds me, Bonnie, if you still got that link, I got replies to my comment, and a couple of them I can't figure out. And what, like, just reminded me of one.
What's that?
I got a reply to the comment on the video that I sent, Bonnie, the link to, this political satire thing. So I put a comment in, and I don't think I should say what it is. And I got a couple of them. And the first one, I'm looking at it with what you just said, kind of. And it didn't make sense to me.
I'm glad my insanity could spark something. My day's complete.
It said the cheese man, and I'm thinking, what the hell does that got to do?
Just confirms it's just one big matrix.
I tell you.
Tomorrow, all your ads are going to be exotic foreign cheeses.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, it was to do with your president, really kind of locked
You
in.
might even get some American cheese advertisements in there. No, probably not. There's a tariff on that too.
Mhm.
You can't even watch the cheese. You can just hear about it.
Wisconsin cheese.
See, now it's just a myth.
And we'll leave that one alone in case there's anybody in chat from Wisconsin, shall we? I guess.
Well, I can do that because my stepfather's from Wisconsin. And we would have the big football game, Green Bay Cowboys. He would have his cheesehead hat on.
Oh yeah, that wedge thing they used to wear.
Yes.
Cheeseheads.
And there were a few other cheeseheads here because at the LBJ Ranch, they come down, they're like snowbirds, and they'll come down and volunteer at the ranch. So we'd have a big screen out in the park where the picnic benches are and everything. It was a fun time. Just everybody getting together, and you had favorites from the two teams. Of course, we all had our cowboy jerseys on, and we didn't wear no.
Sorry to hear that. I'm
What?
just kidding. I remember one time we went up to the Falcons game. One of the first times that I went once they rebuilt it, and the Falcons were playing the Cowboys. And, man, it was a good game. Cowboys ended up winning it. But it was just that one guy, just one random Cowboys fan. It's just like he came out of nowhere.
Just one?
It's one random Cowboy fan. I don't know where he came from.
Well, they took a wrong turn at Albuquerque.
Oh, he definitely did. That was fun, though.
There's this one guy that follows him around everywhere. I don't know if he still does, but
Oh yeah, they got a loyal fan base, die hard.
Yes. Well, and that's the way we were raised. I mean, in our house growing up, it was always the Cowboys game was on.
Football is the day of the week in Texas.
Yes. A stray kitten came up and the cat was named Cowboy, and
there you go.
Yeah. Friday night football, school football is a thing still, and
oh yeah, the whole town shuts down.
Dallas Cowboys. Yeah.
You just gave me a very weird image in my head. Thank you very much.
You don't say.
Dallas Cowboy.
I know some Canadians that love the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh yeah, they got a big fan base. I think they're still like the biggest franchise as far as money wise. Still.
Yeah. Yeah, they were fun in the 90s. I agree with that, Craig. we've had some bad times, but still, it's win or lose. They're still our Cowboys.
Yeah.
Very few followed the CFL, let alone the NFL. It was hockey. That's what I grew up with. Hockey, the 16s.
All I remember is the cheerleader.
Don't mess with a hockey fan.
I like hockey too. It can get pretty rough. And that's funny that John said that about the cheerleaders. I watched a documentary one time, and man, the drill they have to go through just to become a cheerleader. Oh, and I met Troy Aikman. Yeah, he was just a good old boy. And then once they get in, the practice are like constant. And at that time, they only received $25 a game. It's crazy, huh?
Yeah, imagine now that's like, well, even by today's standards with things being lower and stuff, but it's still like a premier, if you made it to be a Dallas cheerleader, I mean, that's about the top.
Yeah. It's a big thing.
Yeah.
Yep, Roger Staubach. Rugby. So what is rugby? I need to look that up. I don't know if I know it.
I enjoy watching rugby. I wish they'd have more coverage on it. It's similar to football. It's still a lot different. But it's kind of similar.
So the ball is shaped like a football, sort of.
Sort of like a football, but a little bit larger.
It looks like a pregnant football.
There you go.
Okay.
Football, yeah, about 8 months along. Yeah, it's a good analogy.
You can only lateral it backwards. And you know what I heard about professional rugby players in Australia? They wear mullets with the side of their head shaved. You can always tell.
Oh, yeah.
Like they look. Oh my God! Like
it's business in the front and party in the back, my friend.
Kind of, sort of.
That's a twofer.
I saw that. Cargo ship in broad daylight hits a oil tanker, U.S. owned, that was stationary at the time. Now oil leaking into the ocean off the coast of Utah.
Man, I didn't hear about that one. When did that happen?
32 casualties. I think it happened today. I had seen an article about that.
I have to look into that. Interesting timelines.
Yeah. And that's another thing, not just the planes, it's the ships. They just had one, was it last week, that hit the fishing boat? Or no accident, our ship was anchored. Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Excuse me.
I didn't find the Dallas cheerleaders that much. I didn't. I could qualify that, but you might slap me.
I don't want to know, Black Watch, really.
It'll grow on you.
That's
give it some time.
The Dallas cheerleaders had something to do with Hooters restaurants, but anyway. Well, that's how they market it, right? I mean, I didn't.
It is, and it's definitely a marketing.
Just put $20 in the bag and you get a spaghetti plate on the way out. Get you a spaghetti dinner.
I think they were the first ones to wear the really skimpy outfits, weren't they? Is that why they were so popular? I don't know.
The
Could be. I don't know. I don't know the whole history behind that one for sure.
first cheerleader, you mean like a sports thing or just the general marketing?
Probably the marketing, probably.
Well, they know what men like.
A&W, the girls on roller skates, short, I don't even know if you call them skirts. I remember them going to A&W drive-in, and girls on roller skates.
Goodness, Anne.
I got a place not too far from here called the Snowcap. It's like an old drive-in style, and they still do the roller skates and stuff from time to time.
Yeah.
Shoot, that place it's still held on. It's been there since, I don't know, probably the 50s, probably.
Well, this is why you watch American Graffiti, and I can relate, other than the chain around the rear end of the police car, but that's what it was like.
Yeah, our city council decided that the kids needed a skate park. Well, because they were going into the cement that goes to culvert pipes, the great big one.
Aqueducts and stuff.
Yeah. And so on the sidewalks, if you're walking out of the bank, you could get plowed over by a skateboarder.
Yeah.
Or the big thing was it's about a 3-foot jump from the bank to the road, and they would just fly out there, and it's a pretty high traffic area, especially since they built the new high school. So they built them a skate park, and it's one of those, it's the hole that they flip and fly. And so my youngest, she thought she was going to do that. She was like, I've gotten pretty good on a skateboard. I'm going to go down. Oh, she hurt herself pretty good. She quit doing that real quick.
Yeah.
When I think about that, when they came out, so many broken arms. I can't remember exactly, but my father probably said, "You're not getting one." Some of them made their own. What you're talking about, you come up with your groceries and the kids going down there.
Yes.
And in the 50s, the poor man would have clotheslined the kid. No, seriously, the way things changed. Oh, well, you got to find a new place. They clothesline them. You do that again, right? And I don't know, different times.
We don't abuse the children.
No, but you're talking 14, 15-year-olds that could care less, right? They go shooting down the...
True. I mean, when I saw them jumping off of that into the road and almost getting plastered by a car, I did, okay, that's it. It's time to stop that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, some of us have to learn the hard way. We had an old feed mill, and some of the guys were telling me that they used to, I think it was with their bikes though, and that was a huge jump. It was like 10 feet at least, probably more. And it went right into the highway, and they would do that. The adrenaline rush, I guess. I did jumps on safe places, not crazy. Oh my gosh, places. It's like jumping off a cliff.
Some kids seem to I live on that for some reason. Doing stupid things.
We all did stupid things.
No, but I mean, bad, stupid things, you know,
Yes,
when you think about it.
some are braver than others.
I remember my I don't know how, my dad got me a used Foxcraft go-kart. And there's a kid I knew, Kenny, right? Kenny. Oh my God, they killed Kenny again.
Killed Kenny again.
But he had a Vespa, and he used to try to do a wheelie, and he fall off the back face first. And he kept doing it. It was like, how did that work the last time? I broke my nose. You know, the kid's 16 or something. You swear he's as dumb as a doorpost or something.
I had a go-kart as a kid. Shoot, I rode it till I couldn't fit in it no more. Shit, my buddy I went to school with, well, they don't have the tracks around here locally no more, but it used to be a go-kart track. And my buddy I went to school with, he raced, shit, he probably could have went into NASCAR, but he never did. But he raced go-karts and, like, you know, dirt track stuff.
Yeah.
I remember as a kid, yeah, man, these kids out here racing like NASCAR. That was pretty cool.
But I think I brought it up. I did think of you. There's this Danny I ran into that I should have left alone. But he had an older brother. I swear he was 7 feet tall. Just lanky, like huge. And we went up to the go-kart place. And this was like a race one. You know what I mean? Like it was $200. And he got into it, and I started to laugh. He says, "What's wrong?" His knees were above his head. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
7 foot tall into a cart. Oh my God. You know, and he looked at it.
Yeah, once you're that big, you're too big for anything with a cart in it.
Al, I think that both bikes should be built that way because it hurts either way. And what did I just see? Kim did some daredevil stunts on the monkey bars. Oh, Ron said something to Black Watch.
Who? I can't read John's. Something with your and get
Your go-karts ran on Steam.
I'm awake, I think. I slept all day almost. You know, it was sad, Bonnie. I told you about Steve in Spain. He had the second dog, Grizzles, but he had Captain Jack. Captain Jack died the other day.
Oh, no.
I've only been watching it. I don't comment, but he's broken with that.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it. He used to go, yip, 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 and I thought, shut that little, you know, but he was his best buddy. I don't know what happened. Oh, well, they all got to go, no matter what the age.
Yeah, I had a cast on my leg for however long it's supposed to be there. I think I only had to have it changed twice. Because, of course, you're going to wear it out. Running around. Casts don't slow you down. And helmets, no helmet. It's a wonder. Man, I'd go up this hill on my bicycle and just take off down that hill as fast as I could. I didn't even have to pedal. It was just put your feet up on the handlebars and cruise. I know I was going pretty fast.
Did you have the high-rise handlebars and the banana seat?
No.
They were good for riding a girl home. You know.
Hey, David. Good to see you.
I had a lot of bicycles, but of course I grew up in the country, so I think it was one Christmas. I don't know whose idea it was, but somebody got me a skateboard, the helmet, all the pads, all the gear. And I'm
Yep.
thinking, man, this is pretty cool, but where the heck am I gonna ride it at? Mom was like, don't worry, you go over to your grandma's next weekend, you can take it over there and try it out. So I'm thinking, all right, yeah, cool. So she lived in like a little cul-de-sac, so it wasn't much traffic. So I'm all geared up, got all my pads on and my helmet. So I take off running like Tony Hawk and try to stand on it. And man, it worked good for probably, I don't know, about 10 seconds till I hit the manhole at like full speed. The skateboard went one way, I flipped the other way, like the girl in your video you played earlier. I said, oh man, that ended my skateboard days. One and done.
So you can do a backflip. That's
Oh,
cool.
I probably did a sideways backflip. I don't even think no one's ever did it.
You ever have a gym teacher in school? They were all the same. The faces were different, but they all had the same uniform. And you took gymnastics, and this is what you do, and go do that. And you're thinking, you're mama, and they made you do it. The vaulting horses and oh God, was that terrible?
We never had to do, but we didn't have all that fancy stuff.
Jesus was.
I think the most dangerous thing we did in school was, well, I would say dodgeball, but when we did baseball, somebody would throw a rock or hit a rock or whatever, and my head is a magnet, even for baseballs. If I go to a baseball game, that ball's going to come at me. I had knots on my head still from getting hit with rocks.
We're going to have to go to the World Series, and I'm going to bring a glove. The Braves make it to the World Series. We got to go. And we're guaranteed to catch a home run ball.
Right.
So what are you saying? He used to be, Bonnie's playing third. It's a long fly ball to right field. It's curving. It's curving.
It could go all the way.
Chasing Bonnie to home plate.
And I would even get behind the backdrop fence that's really tall, and they would hit a foul ball. Bloop! There it comes. My God, I give up.
You don't see that every day. There's a 4x5 hole in the fence, and it's right through.
No, it would go over it, just completely over it to me.
We're only 16 days away from opening day of baseball.
Oh, Jesus. You live in Alabama or something? It's 80 degrees.
For that comment, I am unfriending you right now, my friend. Sending you to the void.
Watch the canopy. Boing.
Oh, there's no canopy in the void. I still like watching the Braves game from time to time.
Oh, she's sending me hearts.
When I think about it just now, because you had it in middle school, high school, the most dangerous thing in there were the gym teachers. You survived a year with those gym teachers. It was like you were Lucky Charms or something. You'll do it. You'll do it. They had some crazy ideas. Every kid can do this, right? You go off a springboard onto about a 5-foot box horse, and you're going to curl your neck and flip off of it. And you're looking at this 250-pound kid, and I got to watch this one. Come on, you can do it. This, I'm telling you, it's a wonder you're so high school.
It's preparing you to mount the majestic moose.
Oh, I know. When I was in high school, the hazing was a thing. The seniors could tell the freshmen whatever they wanted them to do. But I was kind of a rebellious person. So,
No.
there were a lot of things I didn't do. I didn't mind the 100 braids in my hair. That didn't bother me. Or wearing my clothes inside out. But I was not going to walk through that hallway with a pacifier in my mouth. Not happening.
Wait a minute. That's straight 100 braids in the hair and the clothes inside. Troubled child or something. I don't know. I don't know what to do with that.
No, that's what they would tell us to do. And at first it was like, okay, this is just fun and games. What the heck? Until it wasn't. They just started getting meaner with each thing. And
So you were kind of the Bob Marley reggae type. That's cool. With your dreadlocks and everything.
yeah.
Yeah.
Made a Janis Joplin hairstyle. Parachute day with the roller thingies. Lay on the stomach and scoot around. Yeah, we didn't dress out for PE. Yeah, we were the bad kids. You didn't dress out. Didn't pass. How do you PE? Don't obey the rules.
Yeah. I remember there was some like that. Yeah, they just never dressed out. Man.
Well, once they started letting me play volleyball, then I did because I liked it. Because I really liked slamming that ball into some of the mean girls. Bridget just sat in the bleachers reading a book. That's why she's so intelligent.
There you go.
Touchdowns in one game. Oh, wow. Cool, Wayne.
Time we made it to middle school and high school, really PE, all we did was really some cardio, lifting the weight room, and then probably just shoot basketball for the rest of the period.
You're an old 21er.
Sometimes.
We had archery too. I loved archery. That was fun.
School my mom went to at the time when she went to high school there, they had archery, equestrian classes.
Excuse me.
Oh, sure. You break up with some chick and she's got friends and they take archery. Yeah, I don't want that.
Yeah. Could be detrimental.
In more ways than one. Maybe they did have that. I don't remember. The girls, we were behind the bleachers, a separate field.
It was a different type of archery.
Yes, I guess.
I was going to say behind the bleachers. What?
Yeah.
That sounds like somebody that told me the other night that women are beneath men. All you women hear this? And I was like, whoa, wait a minute. What?
What are we talking about here?
It's in the Bible. And I said, really? Could you give me a reference? Genesis. God created Adam. And then Eve from the rib. And I said, and you're wrong. Because if you look up the Hebrew meaning of rib, it's supposed to be half. Now, men are over women because we're stronger. Well, you know me. No.
They never met Dodie Nixon on my way to school. She just about broke my thumb.
There's a woman that's over me. She's pretty tall.
Yeah.
Amazon. Oh no.
Well, not in that way, but
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying.
so I just told him what I've said before. Okay, so it's a man's world. How's that looking right now?
It's a man's world. Be nothing without a woman.
Exactly, Virginia. Really, Craig? Meeker Vessel? Well.
Known a few Sasquatches in my life.
Hi, Watt. I'm your date. 8'10".
Yeah. Hi, my name's Barbie. Sorry, I just come down with something suddenly. I'm going to have to get a indefinite rain check.
It was good to see. You go to dinner with her, she slides a check. This is yours. You're paying. Oh, well. Takes all kinds to make the world go around.
Can eat, but you just consumed 30 pounds of mammal flesh and sides. Hey, what's going on here?
I told you about that woman I dated. I went to Swiss Chalet, $150 a meal, and all I saw was the top of her head. Could she ever eat? I thought, this isn't working out here. You just went through half a cow. Can't even afford to.
Oh, Craig, you were asking for it. Oh, she's laughing. Okay. Someone in Tim's chat asked me if I believed in Sasquatch. And I said, more so than aliens.
Have you ever had about school one of these? I wonder what happened to moments. Someone in the school.
Someone in school, what?
One of these. I wonder whatever happened to. Fill in the blank. Somebody you knew in school.
Oh.
They hung around you. Everybody went their way, you know.
I've wondered that. I've even searched for best friends that I had, like in elementary, junior high.
Well, I don't remember elementary like that.
Yeah.
Junior, like high school, really. That's where, you know, those 3-4 years were formed. I don't even remember looking at a girl in middle school. I don't.
Sorry to hear that.
Well, there was that supply teacher. That was interesting. But outside of that,
none of the girls, but the teachers.
I mean,
she was.
I had a few teachers you could consider good looking, but most of them were just like the Miss Frizzle type, you know?
Yeah. We had a typing teacher, and we used to skip classes. And I still got 65. But this woman was like, you know, one of those earth-moving trailers, you know, wide load. I mean, holy crap, the back of it.
Hello, Virginia.
Hello.
Hey, guys. I'm totally laughing at this chat. The sixth toe. I don't have a sixth toe. It's a thing, though. You look for the man with 6 fingers. Mhm.
Is that a
Little
good?
girl that was born with 2 extra fingers,
Mhm.
allegedly.
Right.
Oh my goodness.
I was thinking,
Maybe.
dang, you didn't have no say so if you could keep your fingers. They just took them off. Dang.
Oh wow, Wayne.
Dang,
Yeah, I
Wayne.
never saw any gangs. Thank goodness.
I gotta ask you, what is there anything in your life that has been proven allegedly?
Yeah, I can't speak on those things, allegedly.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
we'll wait
Right.
for the memoirs.
The memoirs, there you go. They're in the works as we speak.
Man,
So how are you doing, Virginia?
pretty good. Like, no complaints, you know?
Good.
Would you like some complaints? I got about
Come on, Black Watch. No, like, yeah, pretty good. Just hanging out. I got here a few minutes ago and I've been giggling at you guys for a minute, but no, just, I don't know. There's so much to stress about, but then it's like, man, we all got to live life. We have to,
Yes.
you know?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
that struck me. Trump brought it up, you know, where people, and there's this girl. He's suggesting she was playing volleyball with boys. I think he said, but when the teacher or somebody spiked the ball. Have you ever played volleyball and you got a teacher that decides, I'm going to show you how to spike the ball, and I'm going to pick on somebody, and they're going to show you how to defend?
Mm-hmm.
He was an Olympic athlete. I told you, Bonnie, that had the car crash and washed out. This is how you spike it. He shot that thing straight up my face. I put my fist up and knocked me 4 feet back. He said, that's how you do it. And I thought, if you ever touch me again, I'll sue. You know what I mean? But I could relate to that girl that had a brain injury from it.
Mm-hmm.
I thought to myself, that thing, if I didn't get my fists up without thinking, what would have happened?
Yeah. Yeah.
It would knock me 4 feet back on the floor.
Yeah. Was this a trans situation or an example with that, with having men and women's sports?
I'm sure that was a man did it, because that's what he's saying, you know, no men and here's this girl that has a TBI from getting hit in the face by a spiked volleyball. But she was talking all right. I didn't catch anything different.
Well, some women are pretty beefy. They can get a volleyball going, but several years ago, some studies came out that girls who play soccer have a much higher incidence of TBI, which makes sense because they hit the ball with their head. It's kind of a contact thing. Now, I'm talking about soccer, not volleyball, obviously, but
Yeah.
I can't imagine how much worse it is now that the force of a biological male is on the field. That's a lot. It's a lot. It was already a problem.
That's when my daughter started playing soccer. It was boys and girls, but she held her own. And she could kick it from one goal to the next.
Mm-hmm. I think some of these things can be abused where you have a male that gets on a power trip and they'll, just because they can, they'll go. But women do that too. So aggression is aggression in a sense, but the power behind it is different if you're getting beamed by a man.
Yes. And that's why I always hated dodgeball, because that's mostly in our school. It was boys and girls. I guess they didn't have enough. It was a small school. So But I would see those boys, they would aim for the head, and you got a rock wall behind you.
Mhm.
I saw some bad things.
The best thing, if you're super tall, one of the only things I liked was tetherball, because once
Yeah.
you get that thing going, right, there's no recourse for the opponent. Like, that was the best, tetherball, but it's an
Yeah.
all-person advantage, you know.
True.
You could still get beamed, but hey, Jerry,
Yeah, when you're tall and playing dodgeball, you got more surface area to aim for.
right. There was a project, I'm not sure who started it, but it had to do with football players. And I think it's called something brain. It's something with TBIs, and they're like scanning the brains of former athletes. And
Yeah.
it's a thing. I can't remember who started it, but it was a.
They made a movie about, I think they made a movie about that particular doctor.
Mhm.
I think it was the movie that Will Smith was in. I can't remember the name of it.
Yes, Will Smith was in it. I can't remember either. But very interesting correlations. They get paid a lot, but at what cost? I mean, at some point you
Yeah.
kind of offer.
It's-
Hey, Cheryl.
Yeah, I've seen the studies where they show that damages occur in certain areas of the brain that
Mhm.
can cause or stimulate certain erratic behaviors or certain things like that.
Yeah.
Oh, is that it? Cola concussion? That
Yes.
sounds right. Hmm.
I think it's the CTE, maybe. Forget what it stands for.
That's why I worry about one of my sons. He's had so many concussions, so many head injuries, and so his perception of reality is a little off.
I was talking to that guy. Well, I only listened to the guy in Spain because, you know, I'm not going through the crap again. But one guy come up, it's English, right? Of course, he's in Spain, but he's English. One guy come up to talk to him. And from what I could understand, he went through shock therapy.
Mhm.
And he was saying, I can't do this. I had to shut it off, Bonnie. It was disturbing. I changed the channel
Mhm.
of what he said his life was like. And I'm going, I can't listen to this anymore.
No,
Mhm.
some of it's just too deep. Yeah.
I used to be
Mhm.
able to make my hand so heavy I couldn't lift it on, and I go, I can't listen to this anymore. This is like tripping without somebody there to catch it. It's disturbing.
It gets really dark what we've done with psychology and institutions, and all in the name of figuring it out. And that's
Yep.
the reason a lot of asylums got shut down a long time ago, with some of the experimentation and questionable ethics. Ironically, we need mental institutions, right? Like, we
Yes.
need them. They're very rare. They're hard to find. They're there, but they're hard to find.
Yeah. I think now they're usually attached to a hospital.
Yeah.
It seems,
Or it's our homeless. Some of them, not all. A lot of our homeless are actually veterans that get fucked by the government, but some of it is lack of them really having anywhere else to go.
yes.
And it's, I have a family member who had a TBI when she was very, very young. And the way that she has developed as a result, the way that she works, man, she got put in one, and that their suggestion was like electroshock,
Oh my
and
goodness.
he was willing to sign up for it. And in my head, I'm like, dude, that is such a complicated choice. That is such,
Yes.
you know what I mean?
Because they're
Because
flying something in there.
they are. And you don't hear very many come out of it going, that was awesome. Let's do that
Yeah.
again. I mean, I think it starts to get complex with behavior and going to therapy and things like that, right? But I really
Yeah.
think that some of her emotional disturbance is the TBI when she was a baby, and then they don't offer much for solutions in our systems, in our medical systems. It's straight up experimentation, just like 70 years ago. They have nothing new.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's medications. They think
It is.
that's solve everything.
Mhm. Yes, ma'am.
Same company that's making heart medications or aspirins, the same company that's making pesticides and weed killers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely right, Wildlife. I remember that, Cola. Carrie Fisher did. She did get it. It seems to be a temporary relief, if any at all.
It's Princess Leia, right?
Yes, correct. Correct. It's kind of used for like severe depression where you just can't get your head out of the past. And it will temporarily erase all your memories, which is causing the depression because you're thinking about the past and those memories, right? I mean, that's one of the examples of the uses. But the memories start to come back. And if you don't do the maintenance in the meantime, it really won't help you. You know?
Is that the shock treatment? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes,
So-
that's the shock. Hmm.
But I've heard that hypnosis can do the same thing.
Yes, it can. Hypnosis, even
can't be-
dive.
So many can't be hypnotized. They just,
True.
I know what that's like. Where, I won't say, what do you call it? Where you have to always be in control freak or something.
Like OCD.
And no. But that's, I don't think I could be. Somebody tried to hypnotize me. Good luck. When I went off of work, it just I wouldn't let go.
Yeah.
Well, I went and was hypnotized. And when he brought me out of it, he said, "You are not ready for this." And
Right.
so I've never tried it again.
No.
Do you remember what you said while hypnotized, or you just were
Nope.
snapped out
It
and
is.
he's like, nope.
It was a complete blank to me.
Wow.
I was like,
Wow.
what? So I don't know what came out that it freaked him out.
Really sounds like you got a good one though. He knew when to, she knew when to stop. Don't go
Right.
in.
Yeah.
I've never tried it. I can't imagine. Like I have no concept. I don't know. But yeah, a good one. You're right, Blackwatch, because a bad one will abuse it and they'll, whatever their will is, they'll abuse it. So
Yeah.
you have a good one.
Could you be self-hypnotized?
Can you?
Would that be
Yeah.
a thing?
Yeah.
Would
Yeah.
that be like deep meditation?
Yes.
Yes. You can get so relaxed that it feels like you just kind of leave your body even. You're just jello. It's kind of scary because of that control thing that Blackwatch is talking about. But this lady showed me how to do that once, and it was like, okay, I didn't like that feeling. But
Right.
then it made me realize, goodness, if that's the first time I've ever been relaxed, totally relaxed.
You can do it with music. Remember we talked about humming? So
Yes.
a combination of the right sounds around you and deep relaxation, you can do it on your own.
I think like proper vibrations, proper frequencies, proper hypnosis. It's not really about losing control. It's allowing yourself to be guided at that point in the proper settings. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Versus being hypnotized by something negative.
Yes.
Or
It's easy
someone
to get
else.
hypnotized by the television. It's always giving you a different vision.
Yeah.
That's a good example. What we get hypnotized by the internet, by, if you think about it, your mind kind of goes off into the algorithm.
Yeah, the subconscious algorithms of your mind that you don't even know exist.
Yep.
So I went to this guy and he plays, he's got it was a house near a hospital, and sooner or later they get flattened the upper floor. And he was a colored guy. He was, like it was like he's just a puzzle himself or something. And he says, listen to it. If you fall asleep, that's fine. I'll wake you up or something like this. And this is what you say about guiding. If you got this, what I have, I think, you're not going to let anybody guide you anywhere. This isn't like, I'm stressed at work, I want some help. This is like 4 months out of my life, a year to come back. And it was, so I wanted to know what happened. To them, it's hyperventilation. That's a medical thing. That's all it is. You know what I mean? But there's more to it. And, and he says, well, how's it going or something? And I says, not too bad. Like I feel better in that way. But I still want to know what happened that night. You know what he said to me next? Get out. I want to know what happened that night. Just not the medical what, after all this time. And just suddenly looked at me and get out. Then I lived on an oval, like the court's off it. So I saw him on his bicycle. He must have lived in there. I felt like throwing a rock at him. You know what I mean? Shoot.
The insult to injury. There you go. I'm stoning you as well. You're cast out of society.
You son of a bitch. I'm gonna rattle your cage. But,
Get out of here.
get out of
Were
here.
you flailing a little bit?
Scram, beat it. Filthy animal.
Yeah.
But have you noticed if you watch TV for a long time, the energy feels like it's just been drained out of you?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's at different levels. Everybody has their last nerve or their breaking point,
Yes.
You just never know what could trigger somebody. Just never know.
Hey now, Craig.
But I found professionals, God, they got a streak in them. Once you start getting better and you kind of stand for yourself, do they ever get pissed off? God, I went through about 4 or 5 of them. And as soon as, well, you got this. And I said, I pity the poor bastards next door in the hospital in the psych ward. You're going to go with them? But I guess that's getting better. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to listen to your crap anymore. I don't know.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, Rabbit. Good to see you.
I tried the therapy thing one time before the session was over. He was on the couch and I was psycho-evaluating him.
Yeah.
He started telling me about how he lost his ice cream money in the 3rd grade, and this is how he ended up here.
Mm-hmm.
Never went back.
You know what I think about with that? We used to get Italians on the Danforth. They all moved in social clubs and all that. We used to go down to this one store, and it had like displays either side. So a recess store for gelato. And every time I came out, I hit that place, the gelato fell out of my cone. Does that mean something? You think, what? No, I'm not meant
This
to.
was a dream, or were you tripping in real life?
No, it really happened. Every time I walked out that thing, you pay your 10 cents, and the gelato fell out of my cone.
Okay.
Confucius says, man who drops ice cream licks no cone.
That's just
Right. With snow cone. That's right. Yeah.
It's kind of like you start your tongue towards the cone, and it's like the gelato wants to drift away on its own. And you
No gelato.
Gelato.
I never want to hear you say tongue again, Black Watch. Ever.
Yeah, I just thought of that.
Oh my goodness.
I started to watch how they put gelato in the cone for the Italian people because it never fell out. And I thought, this is a conspiracy. That was the first conspiracy theory. You guys can't play soccer and you're not going to eat our gelato. That's it.
That's it.
So, what is a gelato?
Italian ice cream.
Oh,
It's
okay.
almost like sherbet. It's very wet ice
Some
cream.
call it Italian ice. I used to work at an Italian ice stand, and they take like fresh fruit. It is very wet. Now the it's moist. The gelato part is actually like a pure custard, and what they'll do is layer the custard with the water ice, and it's actually really good. There are combos of flavors you wouldn't expect, but Italian ice is not dairy based. Then the gelato custard they add to it is like pretty much a pure egg, like what ice cream should be, and it's lasagna, and it's heavenly if you find one.
So what are you saying? They omitted the custard in my gelato on purpose?
No, it wasn't gelato. You had an Italian ice. That's what I'm
Italian,
saying.
whatever it was.
You're
You
mixing
know,
shit up. You're mixing shit you didn't even have in your hand.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying?
gelato, the wetter ice cream.
Yeah, Italian ice is kind of like a fancy snow cone, but they make it with real fruit. They churn it. It just,
Well, I bet
it's not,
that is good. Yeah.
yeah.
they have to use a paddle, Bonnie. They don't use scoops, a paddle to put it in your cone.
Yeah,
Paddle, like a spatula.
correct. Yeah,
And they got
it's
More
not
dense.
on snow.
They purposely make it look like Mount Etna, so it'll fall out. It's timed. I swear, get out, because it's 60 seconds later, the gelato falls out of your cone. That's what Here comes this dumb English. We're going to do it to him.
The 70s porn music.
Mm-hmm.
Bow chicka bow bow.
That's what I should have said to that guy when he said, "Oh, what was it? What anything ever happened in the past?" I would have said, "Yeah, my gelato fell out of my cone all the time." Can you? Why not screw them up? They screw you up other than that.
I guess I've never seen it.
It's just like really wet sherbet kind of.
Yes.
I just can't imagine it. I like sherbet.
Very much like sherbet. It's a kind of an East Coast. You'll find it around Jersey a lot. New York, like it's a very again Italian ice. So it's the East Coast. You'll find it a lot more than Western states.
Yeah.
I just want Blackwash to stop saying wet. No, I just did. Nothing makes it drier. Hey, Gma.
Gma.
Man, I learned a lot about this gelato realm.
Yeah.
Didn't even know. Man.
When I think about it, you go get an ice cream cone. If you got 2 or 3 scoops, the cone was about 2 inches base. These were always pointed. And I think this is part of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it's wetter, why would they put it in a cone? You would think it would be in a cup or.
The place I worked, it was sold in a cup. It wasn't in a cone.
Oh, okay.
But the gelato is a custard ice cream, so that might be in a cone, but it's not the same thing as a moist Italian ice. But these Canadians, you can't teach them anything.
It's too much to keep track of.
Yeah.
I got back at them. I hit all their soccer balls. When the World Cup comes in, it drives them crazy.
Right.
My soccer ball. But actually, it's where I grew up. Apparently, it's Chinese now, Asian. But when the first Italians moved in, a couple were so-so, But they were the greatest neighbors when I think about it.
Right.
They couldn't do it. I had a Volkswagen Bug, and you jack it up, the four wheels the way. You ever have one of them, the old ones? And it started to go. I thought, holy crap. Well, four of them came over, one on each fender, and said, do you want me to hold it up higher? I said, I'm fine. They were holding up a Volkswagen Bug with four of them. The most wonderful neighbors that, when I think about it.
Good night, Rabbit.
Good night, Rabbit.
Yeah, you know what I said to them? You could hold this car for ages. It doesn't excuse that gelato stuff. I want my money back.
Mm-hmm.
I never
Got
got
to stand your ground somewhere. I respect that.
I don't care how much wine you pour in my glass. I still want my gelato.
Yeah, but also Canadians are not known for their culinary prowess. So
Listen, we can make lasagna with the best of them. Even get it in the
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Still got the Canadian bacon.
Yeah,
it's ham. It's freaking ham, just like pecan. It's ham.
No, it's not. You ever hear of female bacon? Did you ever hear of female bacon? That was created a long time ago in Ontario, and it's delicious.
But is it not ham? Is it from the belly?
That type of thing. I don't know. Well, what's your pork belly actually in this?
Because pork belly is bacon, is true bacon. It's essentially pork belly. So is Canadian bacon from the belly?
I'm having meat sweats.
I love bacon.
It's packed in cornmeal, like the yellow powder.
But does the meat itself come from the belly?
It's good.
That's not, sir.
Where'd that come from, G-Mom? Just pop that out there.
She loves the Speedo pool guys,
I know. I just can't. No Speedos, please.
As far as ham goes, if I went to Christmas dinner and you pulled out like a 6-pound ham, I'd say, what's that? Dinner. I'll see you next year. Blech. Land. Yeah. Tasteless. Here's your Christmas ham. Put it with my cheap fruitcake, will you?
Well, if it was actual bacon, it would have been delicious.
It was bland, everything else. It was.
Man, it's hard to make bacon bland, You don't have to salt it. You don't have to.
Not bacon, ham. Like the cooked ham.
That's what I'm saying. It's ham, Black Box. Accept it. Canadians need to accept what they call bacon ham. This is a full circle acceptance moment.
So is it cured in sugar or salt?
Sugar sometimes. You can get the sugar ones.
Well, no wonder it's blah.
Crushed up Cracker Jacks.
Yeah.
My relatives never had the money for sweet ham. That costs $5 more. Forget it.
Oh.
I love ham.
But especially one that's good and cured. Oh man, there ain't nothing like it.
Right. This chat, Gma, I don't know. Gma came in hot with the meat sweats. I mean,
I think Gma got the meat sweats.
Yes. She went straight to sauce.
Meat sweats and moist are definitely trending. Simultaneously.
She found her niche.
Virginia, have you ever watched that Zach Rushing, My First All Black Cookout video?
Yes, I have. The guy that was laughing in his car talking about going to a black cookout and wearing like a
here and
hat.
I'm passed out with the meat sweat and the Caucasian cockles.
Yep.
That's hilarious.
That's one of the funniest comedy skits I've seen. Yeah.
Hey, I think that guy stole my bit.
Right.
Man,
It's really good. Yes.
what a douche.
Yeah. And he did make it back for the Grandma T's birthday fish fry.
Right. He did.
Glad
He
you
did
told me
go
because
back.
I was gonna make T-shirts.
Mhm.
But it was.
You
I think
can't say no when people offer you a plate, when they offer you like a spoon of the dish they brought. You can't say no to that auntie
Oh
or that
no, that's
uncle or whatever. You say, yes, ma'am, I will have a fourth type of sweet potato and mac and cheese. Absolutely. You know,
you have to try about 5 different types of potato salads. You know what I mean?
Yes.
No, they were all good though. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, if it's good, it's good. Yeah.
Yeah, good is good. Some put eggs in it, some might put bacon in it, some might do celery, some might not. Some might use more mustard than others.
I
Oh
like the
yeah,
eggs in mine. Some
I
people
like
don't.
eggs. Hmm.
He had
Yeah.
that too. He said 2 of his aunties came up with different potato salad. Now, apparently, because I'm white, I'm an expert on the mayonnaise. And I had to decide which one was which. And,
Yep.
that was so good, I could not make up
Yeah.
on that. Smart man.
There you go, 420 steak, please.
Yeah.
Mm.
I tell you what, if I take a bite and detect Miracle Whip, I push it to the side of the plate though. And, you
Yeah.
know, mix
Yeah,
in
I don't
over.
let it make contact with other items.
Yeah, exactly. You separate the parasites. You get them out of there.
Quarantine.
You got plausible denial. That's why you grab a napkin. Always grab a napkin. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? You can
Yep.
you tent up whatever didn't work, but you still say this was wonderful. That was just wonderful.
It was just too good, and I got stuffed too quick. I couldn't even finish off the potato salad.
Yes, they're so filling. Hmm.
That's when they hit you. Well, there's plenty left. Get you something to go.
Right. But you got to mentally mark where the Miracle Whip one was.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, don't mess around and get the wrong one. Oh,
Right.
man. Get your mind set on the potato salad and go to get it the next day, and it's just your whole moment's ruined.
Oh, for sure. Hundo. Work smarter, not harder.
Oh, mine's better the next day when it soaks up all those flavors and
Oh, you gotta leave it overnight. You gotta leave it for a day or 2.
yes,
So it tastes right.
If it lasts that long.
there's a lot of foods like that. Yeah.
Jinx, Bonnie, yeah. A lot of foods.
If you go to Toronto Harbor, there's 3 islands, Center Island, Wards Island, and someone else. One of them is federally owned, the land, but there's houses there. And there's ferries across there on a church picnic. All the women get in there and chugga, all the way across there. So it's time for something to eat before you go back. And there's about 60 sitting there. And there's 150 pounds of potato salad on there. 4,800 pounds of, sliced meats,
That's what I'm talking about.
and they always took it back in the coolers, right? The old water coolers. I remember that now. The races and everything.
Hmm.
Just like you talk about the riverboat, the old ferries, chuckle.
So Blackwatch, if you go to a cookout, what do you take? If it's like a potluck, what's your go-to, Blackwatch?
Pardon? I didn't.
What's your go-to if you're invited to a potluck dinner where everyone just brings something? I'm totally judging you right now by your answer. Full disclosure. What's your go-to dish when you're invited to everyone bring something random dinner?
That I would take with me?
Yes, that you would take. Yes, your contribution. What's your go-to contribution?
Well, first of all, not potato salad because my mom made it. My daughter can make it. Nobody can make it the same way. So I guess it would be like, I don't want to do cold meat type of thing. I love chicken done right, barbecued. So would I take cooked chicken? I'd take raw for the barbecue.
Okay, like a barbecue. Okay, yeah, I'd see that. Yeah.
like Kentucky Fried Chicken is kind of like, I had to stop real quick here to eat this. I'd rather have it barbecued.
Okay. So depends on the genre of the potluck. Like if it's a barbecue, you might bring a meat to throw on the grill, but you're not bringing a side dish. Or am I to assume there will be no side dishes?
Well, I never cared for, the Sunday thing. For whatever reason, there's a Sunday affair. Usually your mother made potato salad, cold meats, deviled eggs. Deviled eggs were really good.
Oh yeah, I love it deviled egg.
The meat was tasteless. It didn't have any taste to it.
Okay.
Ham, roast beef, we're all saying tasteless.
That's because Canadians don't know how to barbecue.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Bonnie, what do you take? If you're invited to a potluck, Bonnie, what do you take? What pops in your head if people are like, all right, we're going to do a potluck. And you're like, oh, word, I got it. Here's what I do.
Well, it does depend on what the main dish is. Like usually with a potluck, someone's doing a meat or tamales or something. So if it's barbecue, it's usually hot outside, and so it's some kind of a salad, pasta salad, potato salad, regular salad, something like that. If it's like Thanksgiving dinner, when we do the community Thanksgiving dinner, then I usually take desserts. There's so many people who take potato salads or mashed potatoes or things like that I usually do like a cobbler or a pie.
Ooh, so you like desserts. I love that. So what kind of cobbler? Like apple, cherry?
It's usually apple or peach.
Oh, that sounds so
Mostly
good.
peach.
Cobbler is so good.
But then you got to take a gallon of ice cream too. Can't just cobbler.
Sounds good.
How about what? Like you a cook? What if you're invited to a potluck? What's your thing?
Oh yeah, I love cooking or grilling. I guess it would just depend on where it was at, or I guess what time of the year. Summertime, I don't know. Maybe a potato salad or a pasta salad. I know last year I seen this recipe for this Mexican street corn pasta salad, and I made it, and it was pretty good. Especially like in the summertime when it's hot, like pasta salads and stuff like that's always good with some fresh vegetables or tomatoes in it.
Yes.
Can't go wrong with that.
Vegetable.
Or dessert. Whip up a dessert,
Yeah.
Oh man, do you guys? Okay, all right.
Get salad.
Yo, I was just gonna say something like that, Bonnie. Like that salad that has the freaking Jello and marshmallows and whipped cream.
Yes.
Oh man, I mean, some of them can be good, but a lot of them are not good. And I know it's popular. I know, so it might not be a popular opinion of mine, but that damn thing is woo.
And it's rich. I don't put marshmallows in mine. Don't put cottage cheese. I know there's some that make those ones. But I don't do that. And it's pecans, pineapples, pistachio pudding, and cool it. And oh man, it's good.
It's kind of like the fruitcake of salads, because I have had good fruitcake, legitimately good fruitcake, kind of like that salad. I've had really good ones, and then some where it just looks like a nuclear event. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
Whoever came up with this marshmallow thing, those cold salads they make, and I'd say to the girlfriend, what is that? Oh, it's got marshmallows, it's got fruit. And I said, yeah, I know that. But why? Well, why?
Cream and orange juice and like
I forget
don't
what
know.
you call that type of salad. It's got a name to it.
Is that ambrosia? Is it called ambrosia salad?
I think so. I think it
Am
is
I
called
tripping?
ambrosia salad.
Yeah. There's a few different names, but ambrosia's coming to my head.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Regionally, you know how you'll have a similar dish, but regionally it's called something different.
Yep.
Yeah.
But what is it? You got this fruit, you got all this stuff, but I got to make it to take something with me. And then you say, there's not much there. And then you're looking at this 1-year-old bag of marshmallows. And you think, why not?
There you go.
And
Yeah.
myself, I'm going to sue you. If I eat that, I'm going to sue. That stuff is awful.
How do you really feel, Black Watch?
And if you've got fruit like that, if you have different kinds of fruit, there's you a fruit salad right there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love fruit.
It is filler 420, but it's also like not wasting. And I'm all about that concept. Some of my
Yeah.
favorite dinners to make are literally garbage dump refrigerator meals. I will make fried rice or fried noodles, like an Asian type of dish. Anything in the fridge, any meat, I'll mix them. Any vegetables, I'll mix
Yeah.
them. It's the technique and the sauces that kind of make it something different.
Yeah, blend it into a whole new dish. Yeah,
A whole new dish, a genre that was not
my
there
mom
before.
used to do that all the time.
It's
Yeah.
the best dinners you can do.
Like
Is to
sometimes by the end of the week, it might be like a soup, you know, some
Mhm.
leftover ground beef, some leftover corn, or another vegetable. And
or something.
if you didn't know it was leftovers, you would have never known.
Never have a clue. You can make enchiladas out of that, like dump
Yeah.
enchiladas, and the possibilities are endless for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I
That's I do Spanish rice. Is
Mhm.
Mhm. I love a good rice.
get the idea of waste not, want not, but it's
Mhm.
almost like, where did she come up with this idea? Oh, she was washing out the fridge again, wasn't she?
Right. It's all sweet and it's not rotten yet. We're gonna put it in some whipped cream. You know?
There you go.
whipped cream. I have done that though. I've made pot pies out of leftovers. Just take it and
Oh yeah.
make
Yep.
a pot pie.
Yes. Casserole.
I
Yeah,
don't.
casserole.
Romaine lettuce. I mean, when you have to twist the lettuce on your fork like spaghetti, that's not good. You know what I mean?
We
Like
ain't trying to
it's like
fake lettuce, Black Watch. This is not Canadian that
not
what you're speaking again, sir. There's
Your
nobody.
lettuce was too wet.
That's way too moist.
Yeah, that was yeah.
Wilted. Sad.
High humidity up there for some reason.
I don't know.
You know what? You can stick it in a glass of water. This is true of celery,
Yes.
asparagus,
Rehydrate it.
Yep.
herb. Stick it in a glass of
Yeah.
water. Some of them will plump right back up.
I don't know. You reminded me of all of these. I think I told Bonnie there's Uncle Percy and Aunt Adelaide,
Region 9.
and I never liked going there for Christmas, and they finally let me stay home. Part of it was the food, and part of it was she smelled like talcum powder.
Nice. A little spice of life. You know?
She looked like one of those dolls, but you know, like the white. What do they call those dolls?
Yes.
Antique dolls or porcelain.
And her hair never moved. It was, you know, I'm not going anymore.
At least you didn't have to worry about finding it in your food.
Yep.
Did you not have a relative like that? No matter how you tried, it just didn't. As a kid, you know, I'm not. I mean, I never said to Mom she smells like talcum powder or nothing, but I just.
So you get a thing against powder?
I don't know. It's like that. You know what was funny? My Uncle Percy was flushed complexion. He was almost like a little, almost a beet, and she was just pure white. You know, like. How did you guys ever meet?
Vampiric.
Yeah.
that used to be attractive.
Oh, it was. That was the women of the day.
Yes.
That's what I was only about 8 by the time they let me stay home. I'm not going. Okay, that's funny. And I'd see you in the car. And I was about 8. They let me stay home, lock the door.
That's why they carried the parasols, umbrella things all the time. Wore hats to keep the sun so that their skin would stay white. Long sleeves.
It's crazy. I mean, yeah, but that was a thing, yeah.
Yep.
Shoot.
I never thought of it then, of course. You know, you're 6, 7 years old. But I used to, when I think about it, she probably had her corset on too tight. You know, one of those. Yeah. Anyway.
6 or 7, shoot. I was probably shirtless and shoeless somewhere.
Yeah. But
I wasn't shirtless, but yeah.
Right. We probably wouldn't be shirtless. Definitely shoeless.
Yes.
Fast forward to 2025 and it's still the same.
How'd
My
you know?
dad-
Yeah.
My dad was an only child. I know why. But there was my Aunt Lucy and there was Aunt Adelaide. I didn't know how we were related. I never figured that out. She must have been somebody's sister or something, you know? Never
Yeah.
figured it out.
Twice removed, probably.
Twice, 48, not quite removed enough.
Mhm.
But
Well, sometimes you call close friends aunties, family members. You see that in the islands a lot where your mom's best friend is your auntie, but there's no blood.
Yeah, community-based families.
Yeah.
We do that. My
Yeah.
friends that have been friends since high school or for more than 40 years, they're aunt to my children because our kids grow up together and you're as close as family.
What about godparents? Is that still a thing? Do people still do that?
I had godfather, godmother.
I know at the Catholic Church it was. My children had godparents. But it was different people for each child.
That's
make them an offer he can't refuse.
That's confusing.
It is.
I don't think it's confusing because the whole point of it, from my understanding, is a protector for the child if something happened to the parents. So, like, you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket, so to speak. So I can see having different trusted people for each kid or whatever,
But then you're separating the family.
True, possibly, but that's why you got to choose wisely, right?
Or extending it.
Yeah. But the Catholic Church, the reason for it was to make sure that that child was taught the Catholic ways, was their reasoning for having godparents.
Oh, I always thought it was if something happened to the parents, but you're saying it's to continue tradition? But
yes.
Okay,
No.
so, oh, interesting. So, okay.
It's like a lot of things. You have like the religious aspect or the groundwork of it, but then, each family or different sect or clan has a way they represent it,
Interesting. Well, I
And
guess probably a combo of both.
And even more important about Catholic godparents, teach you how to keep your gelato in your cone.
It is true.
Which I never got, obviously. My best friend was my godfather's father when I was young. That was my grandpa.
Can somebody mail Black Watch a gelato?
Oh, man.
Is there a place close by that delivers?
Right.
Pretty sure they get a drone delivery for that now.
Yeah. I have to wait till Chris comes up again and say, do you know how to put gelato in a cone without it falling out? You figured that one out?
Get a bigger cone. You need bigger surface area to work with.
Do it. I said I want a bigger cone. They said you'll take it the way it is. I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse. You're going to take the gelato in that cone.
Well, Cheryl, that's what I was thinking. Cheryl says, I was baptized as baby Lutheran. If anything happened to my parents, my godparents would have got me. That was my perception. I was not raised Catholic, so I didn't know the Catholic thing with, the tradition or whatever, but that's what I thought too, Cheryl, for sure. It was kind of like where you are bequeathing your children if something tragic happens.
I think that's the majority of the godparents would be to do that, but what I was told was they were just to continue the teachings. Even at the baptism, it seems like that's what was mentioned when they were baptizing my children, that they would continue the teaching and practices of the church.
So it's a spiritual commitment / marriage type of thing.
I think they even called them sponsors, not technically godparents.
Is this where the $5 million gold MasterCard comes in?
Never had a sponsor.
That's a sponsor.
Yeah.
Not technically.
Technically.
Oh.
Not Catherine Lutheran. I'm just gotcha, Cheryl.
Right, Cheryl.
Now that I think about it, I know how my dad got the job at that gas station on Saturday with my godfather's father.
He made a monopoly he couldn't refuse.
Exactly. Close family, your family. Your family.
Excuse me. Yeah. And that was probably more with wealthy people because of inheritances or trusts or something to make sure that they were taken care of with that money instead of it just going somewhere. I don't know.
No, that makes sense. Contextually, it makes sense a lot because we're talking about this tradition still does go on, but this is ages old where there would be a, what do they call it? I don't think it was protector. It was like if something happened to your parent and there would be someone already in the sidelines ready, they would take you on. And it would have to do with land holdings and whatever, going to like kings and whatever. Like Henry VII, his dad died when he was really young, but he was sort of adopted by his uncle, who was in essence his godfather in this sense, and like made sure, made sure he got to his destiny. And it was a way to control wealth, to control influence and beliefs, and a certain part of the bloodline, when nowadays we have DNA tests ruining everything. But back then you had to name it. The women even had to name the father. Like, oh, I swear the king is the father. I swear. But how did they really know? That's why there was so much interbreeding.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of the times you had people that were forced just by lineage were forced into being the king before they even knew what a king was, children pretty much.
Had no clue.
Yeah.
They just had an advisor or an heir above them that just conducted business till they were of age to discuss it.
Remember that movie Baby Boom? The nanny comes in, oh, I'm just going to sign this, this the parents died in England, and she hands her the kid. The twins played the little girls, and baby boom, here's your inheritance. I'm on my way to Florida.
Yeah.
It's
That
like a record.
baby boom
Yeah.
was that. It wasn't Susan Sarandon. It was the other one.
I don't think I've seen that.
Me
That-
neither.
She makes a baby food company. She's in advertising. In a big wheel advertising agency.
Uh-huh.
And it's the one I told you about. It's that actor with the dark hair, but they're all professionals. And here's the inheritance. The nanny or whoever was flying to Florida, so in New York, you meet her at the airport. You sign off the thing. So
Oh.
she hands the kid to her. She's about 3, 4. And she says, here's the kid. She says, no, that's your inheritance. That you're the godmother type of thing.
Right. That's what it is. Yep.
She loses her job, moves to the country. I don't know if you remember it. And she's in the country and the roof blows off, money pit. And it's a backwards type of, small town. And he says, I got a problem with the water. And he goes down the well and he says, your well is dried up. And she says, good, just take the hose and fill it up. It's a real cool movie.
Well, you should appreciate this Black Watch because it's Canadian. But Anne of Green Gables, the book Anne of Green Gables, which there are several movies made of this, right? She was sent to family she had never met, people that were like a great uncle and great aunt, and they're taking care of her, and that's where the flow took her, and they did so. They fulfilled those duties, but it's like they weren't even connected family as far as having a relationship. It was just, you're getting off at this train stop right here, and this stranger who has been assigned to you to take care of you if something happened to me is right there. Trust it and go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But something like Stepmom, but younger. These are movies you gotta see. Early the 80s, they were terrific movies. You ever see Stepmom? That was a good movie.
Seems like I might have seen that one.
Susan Sarandon was Julia Roberts, and Susan Sarandon's husband. They have a young boy, about 6 or 7, and a 12-year-old girl, and they split. And he's a lawyer. Ed something. Ed's the actor. Ed. Anyway, he goes with Julia Roberts, and Robin Roberts. She's a photographer, and Susan Sarandon has cancer. And anyway, trying to become the stepmom. It's a really, really good movie. I have it on VHS. I don't care if it's not Democratic, Republican, or anything else. It's a good movie. VHS. But
yeah,
it's really touching at the end of it. Julia Roberts has the camera for the Christmas picture. And Susan Sarandon says, put it on automatic, come sit with us. They accept it.
I think Susan Sarandon was dying, right? And Julia Roberts was going to be the new stepmom because she was the dad's girlfriend or whatever. And it was kind of like a bonding before Susan Sarandon left, the ghost behind. And it was a way for the daughter to connect with both moms.
That was the one.
Yeah, I got that.
And she said, you were going to take off to California? She's smoking weed by then that her husband got her. And she finally tells her what's going on. It's a very touching movie. It's really funny when she had you remember at the school and the boy's teasing her daughter? Yeah. And she sets her up with, that's my boyfriend, which is an underwear model. And Susan Sarandon comes up behind her and watching all this, right? You probably don't even know what a snowblower is. The girl. It's a good movie. Touching. Susan Sarandon is a really good actress. Really good. But anyway, that's the movie, Virginia. The bad girlfriend and, type of thing. How did we ever get here? Oh, yeah, you inherited a kid.
Virginia's busy a minute. I'm cooking food. I don't know if y'all hear my stomach, but it's like, whoa.
Did Walk go for a late night drive to Alabama?
Never.
Well,
Never should you ever fix your lips to say that.
Boy, that was a quick nope.
Reminded me of that movie. I don't know if you ever seen it. It came out a few years ago. It starred Ethan Hawke. It was a guy that just got out of prison for selling weed. And make a long story short, he's just trying to work a job to get by. But he finds this baby. Somebody done put a baby in a dumpster. So he just panics. He doesn't know what to do right then. So he panics and he takes the baby with him and starts trying to take care of the baby. But eventually questions start getting to be asked about, the baby and stuff like that. But it's a good movie. It's called Adopt a Highway. It's a really good movie.
There was one, I can't remember how he got the little boy. Oh, what was his name? It's that popular guy, Adam Sandler, maybe, or...
Oh, you're thinking of Big Daddy.
Big Daddy, that's it, yes.
Yeah, where the kid gets dropped off and it's supposed to be his roommate's son, but he takes the kid in because he was the only one there.
Yes, teaching him to pee on walls and shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was funny. Scuba Steve.
The setting for Baby Boom was like a Vermont. I think it was in Vermont, the setting. So, like the country would be. She passes out. They take her in. She said, I lost my job to the doctor. I lost my job. They did this and my whole world's falling apart and the well's dry and the roof fell off. And she finds out he's a veterinarian. But they get together at the end of it too. So it's really... All of a sudden, a horse head comes in. What? I'm a veterinarian.
Is there a doctor in the house? No, but I'm a veterinarian.
Y'all both. Jinx, Cola, and Virginia.
Yeah, that's deep. That's funny. You can't give me up. I wipe my own ass.
Maybe Virginia appreciate that. Nobody else would. Baby Boom, when she's this guy, tall, dark haired with glasses, well-known actor. Anyway, they're super professional. You know what I mean? Like she's way up in advertising and he's finance and all this. So they're sitting in bed and she's got like a night table, and all this. And they're reading trade magazines, right? All these stuff like this. The Wall Street was all like this. So they look at one another and he says, do you want to fool around? She says, sure. So you look, hang on. You look at the little alarm clock. And 5 minutes later, they're back to reading the trade magazines. It was a knock about the lifestyle. You know what I mean? These corporate people way up there and everything, And I thought it was Virginia giggled. I heard her giggle. Or was that you? I thought it was funny. It's a funny movie. You should watch it. It's really good. Baby.
Sure, why not? I got 5 minutes to kill.
Yeah. But you didn't really catch it, you know what I mean? It's just like an insert you kind of watch, and then it centers on the clock. And back to the trade magazines, right? And the Wall Street Journal and, all that. But, yeah.
Afternoon delight. I didn't say that.
I don't think
Yep.
afternoon delight is a beverage. I think that means something else.
Could be.
You know, that's not ambrosia salad. It's a different salad. Behave Black Rock.
Depends on how thirsty you are.
Right. Yeah, true. Lemonade
Yeah.
makes you thirstier. So
Yeah.
the irony is staggering.
Different levels of thirst quenching. Bring in the lemonade stand.
Yeah.
Did you ever have them when you were young? I never had one, but I remember the kids somewhere with a lemonade stand.
Yeah.
No,
Uh,
I remember going to the flea market as a kid, and the lady that used to have the lemonade stand, it seemed like the best lemonade in the world.
yeah.
It probably wasn't the best for me, but it tasted good.
Mhm.
I don't know about that. It was a nickel for a little paper cup or something. You go, yeah, well, my mom made it. It's good.
We
Yeah.
still have kids that do that, and it's like $1 a cup now.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Inflation, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
So tell me, where have all the flowers gone?
They're all over here.
Where do all the shadows go?
Hmm.
Some things I would just never know.
Oh, don't start with that song again. I'll kill you. There's a guy that keeps singing that. Or
Sometimes I sing that. I might be that guy.
was that Teddy Swim saying that or something too?
Yeah, he's a good artist. You know where he's from?
Oh, he's okay. It's this other guy that karaoke.
He's from Georgia.
I thought you were going to say Alabama, but okay.
Come on, man. I've already unfriended you. What else could I do? I can't put you in the back room.
So how do you get a song out of your head that you really don't want in there?
Sing the whole thing.
Really?
Play a song you like on repeat.
You could go to the ballpark and get hit with a baseball again. Wow.
You could play dodgeball.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Memory eraser.
Even popping up in my dreams. It just won't go away.
I don't know if I've ever heard music in my dreams.
Huh.
Maybe there was and I didn't know.
Well, if it's not going away, then there's something trying to push through there. Like, is there a specific song? Can you tell us? Can you share? Like,
I'm
there a
gonna have to
certain song
listen
you've
to
been
it
dreaming
and
about?
see what the meaning of it is, I guess.
Yeah.
It's driving me crazy.
Macarena? Is it the Macarena?
No.
Oh, Baby Shark Us. We don't need to get rickrolled right now. No.
Yeah, Rick Roll. Oh,
What do you mean when I said where have all the flowers gone? That doesn't start a song in your head?
it made me think of the Teddy Swim song. Some things I'll never know.
That song is called Glitter and Gold. Have you ever heard it?
No, probably, but it doesn't.
Christmas song?
No.
Glitter and gold.
No,
Glitter and gold.
it's actually kind of dark. It's
Hmm.
like
Okay. So the song Glitter and Gold keeps popping in your head?
yes, for the last 2-3 days, it just won't go away. So I listened to the song thinking, okay, get it out of your system, listen to it, go on. No, that didn't stop it.
Depends what you're going through in your life. I really believe that.
Yeah,
There's
me
a
too.
connection there. There's a connection there.
It might be something in the lyrics. It might be something in the timing. It might be the memories associated right before or after the song. Something like that. Like, yeah.
Oh, that's good, Virginia. Timing.
Yeah.
Sing a few bars, see if we can remember it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of this song. If it's not the one Walt was saying, you might have to play us a minute of it. Like, I'm not sure which song you're
Who's the artist? Do you remember?
I'm looking. It is Barnes Courtney.
Definitely never heard of that.
Never heard it. The name goes together.
I can't stop it. I'm going to get in trouble for you. There it goes.
Do 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 do.
My phone wouldn't even let me stop it. Ah. Yeah, that's the song.
I haven't heard that one for sure.
No.
Well,
Look at the lyrics. Read the lyrics sometime. Think of it as a poem and maybe dig into that.
that's a good idea.
That sounds like a country. One that gets me is
Though it's not country.
We Belong Together, Pat Benatar. I get that in my head and it just starts. It's a short song, repetitive, and it just get out of my
We
head.
belong. Black Watch, you know what's really funny? Some Canadians, it's almost like they're Americans from the 80s. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, though?
I think it's like we belong to the thunder. We
Yeah.
belong to the sound of the words which said to each other. I'm losing my voice. So songs are like that. Pat Benatar's songs are like that.
Yeah.
They're just there.
Well, it is talking about rising up. So, I don't know. How much more can I rise up? Good grief.
Well,
What the
read it a few times and something will stick out to you. You know, there is something in there. I don't know what,
Yeah.
but it might take a little marinating, self-hypnotizing on it.
Yeah.
When you're talking about the song Rise Up, Rise Up, Rise Up. I think that's Thompson Twins, wasn't it?
But that's not what I'm talking about. The,
Yeah,
Okay.
you're talking about something else.
the glitter and gold is about rising up. Well, that's not all it's about. But
Well, it could be someone trying to rise you up as well. You know, lift you up.
You rise me up to stand on your shoulder. That's you raised me up. Do-do-do.
You're a bad drum player.
Because Bonnie's a little bit rock, a little bit country, and I'm a little bit rock and roll.
Right.
oh, yeah, I listen to both. I listen to everything. I love music.
Yeah.
In case you haven't noticed. I mean, even if is a spiritual song, Christian song, whatever they call it.
Not too
Yeah.
many people like Barry Manilow, but I do. You know, I've been alive forever. I wrote the very first song. He wrote some really good. I saw him in concert. Other than the Copacabana, it was a good night.
Copacabana.
Now, don't start that nonsense. There was ramps with paper palm trees and chartreuse. It looked ridiculous.
I'm sure it was a great dream.
Hard rock, yep. 420 hard rock.
Well, sometimes thinking about dreams, it's the emotions that you have when you hear the song, it might not even be the song, but how do you feel when it plays? Or does it make any memory come up of anything, or something stirring in your spirit, about something? Like it, the answer is within you somewhere. The song is a trigger, but the answer is in you somewhere. And it'd be different for all of us, man. Music can mess you up. Like it'll trigger memories or thoughts about certain people or time periods or somewhere you were when you heard a given song. It's a conduit, I think, on some level.
You ever heard a song and every lyric is like you're walking through a story of your recent life? Every bloody lyric.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They wrote it themselves.
Thank you, Cheryl. Maybe I just need to listen to it again and really pay attention.
Mm-hmm. I agree, Cheryl. There's something in there.
It's like the one I told you about Maria Danes. She did one, You Don't Love Me Anymore, and it's not the one you think about. Every word, every lyric was, she's a fantastic singer.
Mm-hmm.
Buckethead.
Sounds like a country song.
I don't think it's a country song.
Well, if it doesn't have a dog and it doesn't have a pickup and it doesn't have my shotgun, it ain't country. Yeah.
Is that the song or is that the band? I'm looking.
It's a stereotype. I have a dog and a pickup, but I wouldn't call myself country.
Could be.
Yeah, it's the band. Soothsayer.
We'll adopt you.
Okay, that looks a little off the wall because one of the pictures is the outline of a person.
Oh.
On
What
the
do you mean?
pavement.
Like, oh, an outline, like a chalk outline.
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. Oh.
Baptism of Solitude. Yeah, that looks pretty heavy.
Well, think about it. If you were trying to communicate to someone through the spirit world, how would you do that? Because it's not like you can just write a note and be like, oh, hey, whether it's your mom or anyone that has passed or any inspirational person, right? Like, how would they communicate? If it was you, how would you try to communicate with a loved one? And I think music is one of those things. And it might be the lyric, or it might be hoping to bring up a certain memory or feeling or something like that, because it's kind of abstract. Like it's not a direct communication. It's more of a inspiration.
Yeah.
So that's why I say all of us have mentioned, read the lyrics, kind of listen to your feelings about it, and trust what comes to your heart and mind too,
Right. That's I don't know if y'all believe in the paranormal, but
girl,
my daughter has been having a lot of things happening at her home. And last night, so my daughter that passed, she was, every night she would refill my humidifier, and she's like, do you want this on? And then I'd be turning on my heating pad and putting it behind me if we were doing a lot of work that day. And last night, my heating pad came on and my humidifier came on. And I was like,
Whoa.
okay, she's still here taking care of me.
Whoa, that's freaking cool, Bonnie.
No.
So
Straight up. That's amazing.
like energy, like they say, it can't be necessarily created or destroyed. It could just be transition, manifest, yes, something like that. So I mean, even when we go from this bodily experience, I mean, the spirit and the soul, whatever you want to call it, it's so powerful. I mean, it just doesn't cease to exist in this realm. I believe there are still fragments or guardian angels, maybe. I don't know if that would be the correct term.
Yeah.
But I believe anytime like that type of energy, when you figure all the love and the compassion and the feeling that somebody has in a community or wherever, when that type of energy kind of gets torn or thrown in a rift, I think there could still be good fragments, or however that works. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
None of us know how it works, but some kind of transformation.
And that's what I've always heard stories from my grandmother. Well, all the way down. When her mother passed, she was 58 years old. So she was young.
Mhm.
And it affected my grandmother pretty hard. And she said she was sitting there doing dishes one day and just felt a hand on her shoulder. And she said it was instant comfort. But then she turned around to see who it was, and no one was there.
No, it's never startling. It's comforting. Barry Gibb, I think, wrote a fantastic song called Immortality. We don't say goodbye.
Yeah. See you later.
That's why I say this place is so haunted, because once you get here, you never leave. And but in the whole town, it's like, because there's so many places you can go into, and they've got stories. And I've seen it, witnessed it.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard that song? So this is who I am, and this is all I know. And I must choose to live with all that I can give. Spark that makes the fire glow. It's a fantastic song. That man's a genius, I think. That was written for Celine Dion when her husband Renee died.
Okay.
But anyway,
I think I've heard that song, actually.
Fulfill your destiny. It's there within the child. You know, we don't say goodbye. We don't say goodbye.
Well, yeah, Kim, I agree with that. But I think maybe they're allowed to come and try to give us comfort in some way.
Yeah.
Yes.
For sure.
I wouldn't think we talked about this, Bonnie. Have you had, when my mom went and I came here, between this wall and the next, I was on the sofa not thinking about anything. Then I saw a shadow and I just said, bye, see you later. See you done.
Well, they say that some ghosts are bound because of the emotions of the people here, you know. And
well, that's it. I wasn't thinking about
her. Trapped.
I wasn't thinking about her. I wasn't down thinking, how did I get here and everything else. I was just looking at the TV, looking at something, and just went right through the wall. And I knew it was her.
play that. I love Talent.
I've never seen or experienced anything that powerful.
Wasn't like
Definitely seen some things I couldn't explain. That's for sure.
wasn't like the movies
Right.
where you see them tripping between dimensions and everything. It was just a shadow of gray and black.
Yes, and I'd seen that. And actually, at 4 o'clock this morning, I woke up wide awake, and I was laying on my right side, and the master bath is on my left side. And for whatever reason, I just looked over my shoulder, and it was like someone had walked into my bathroom. But it wasn't a solid, like grab your clod and see what's up. It was just.
Well, were you scared? How did it make you react?
No, I wasn't
That's
scared.
the thing. Like, you'll know if it's something dark because you'll feel a shock, but if not, exactly. Like, pay attention to your visceral responses.
Yeah, that's true.
You ever seen the movie Interstellar?
Yes, that's one of the best movies I've ever seen. Yep.
It made me think about, like, how I don't really know how to describe it, but at the point of the movie where he's traveling back and he's almost like in a different time, but he's still there. When the different. I think the scene where they were at the bookshelf or something.
Yes.
Yes. I always wondered if stuff like that was, possible. We go off into, heaven or whatever that may be. But, is it possible that you could do something? Is it even possible to do something like that?
Yes. It kind of goes along with string theory and multiverse, interdimensional, of time being all at the same time, because he could tap into quite a few things, but his trying to warn his daughter or communicate with his daughter within that context, because if you've seen the movie Interstellar, it's complicated. Matt, all right. But when he did that, it's like, oh man. And when he finally got to where she was at the very end of that film, and she was old woman, he was still young, I cried like a bitch. I was like, oh, that's deep. That is fucking deep.
It makes sense, in theory, if time would still continue on, but if you went through some type of warp or something where your time was altered, time's still continuing. It's just that you're consuming time at a lesser volume.
Yes. And she had gone and made a whole foundation and whatever based on his ideas.
Yeah, she lived her whole life and had kids and everything.
Yes.
And it would only been like, what, so many weeks for him? But it was a whole lifetime for her.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It was just a few weeks for him, but she was an old woman by the time he found her again. And he promised her that he would. And
she was what, like, I don't know. She wasn't a teenager when it first happened, was she?
She
Maybe
was
younger.
young, like 12-ish.
Maybe, yeah, 10, 12, maybe.
10, maybe, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, and she was in her 80s by the time that his journey. But he influenced her as a teen with that bookshelf scene. That scene is really freaking deep, and he influenced her at that time, and she ended up making that whole freaking organization that was the reason he could find her in the future, which was actually different speeds for each of them, but just that idea. You see a bookshelf fly off of your bookshelf. Let's say you have a bookshelf and a book flies off. What if it's you from the future, basically, looking in and being like, pay attention to this moment right now?
It just gave me goosebumps.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Diamond knits. Yes. Mm-hmm.
That wouldn't surprise me either. So what movie was that y'all were talking about?
Interstellar.
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 Matthew McConaughey. It's kind of mind blowing because it's a lot to take in, but you watch it a few times and you can kind of see what they're trying to throw down.
I think within the first 5 minutes, the first like opening scene, they're having like a news flash on the TV. This is the last year of the corn crop ever, or some major crop. They said this
Right.
will be the last season for this crop ever.
I mean, it's similar to any film where someone tries to fix the mistakes humanity has made by traveling time. And you find that in a few movies. But the way they presented this was interdimensionally, where it wasn't just one timeline. Like when they scaled back, when he was floating in that grid, you know what I'm saying, Watt, that he could access eternity was right there.
Multiple timelines simultaneously,
All at the same time. Exactly. That time is all at the same time. Past, present, future are not real. It's all at the same time. A fabulous film. Certain things were cheesy, but I still think it's
The basic idea got through, I think.
It did. It
makes me think of that, like when we hear like or stuff happening around us, could it be something like that?
Right.
That's that movie Ghost.
Ghost, something like Ghost.
Very similar.
I just want to drag. Just one drag.
That subway is so lonely. You're going up and down the subway. You just want to find a butt anywhere under a bench. It'll do. Yeah. Just one more drag.
A lot of movies deal with that concept, like Highlander, though. You know, the whole thing of where he marries a girl, and then at the end, you know, are you there, Connor? Aye, lass. You know, look at me, Connor.
Right.
You're immortal. You can't have children. Then at the end, he's mortal.
Wow.
Do you really want it? There can be only one.
Silly mortals.
I mean, but that's a tough question, though. Tree of life or tree of knowledge. Like, if immortality were an option, would you take it? Would you? The Count of Saint Germain was cursed with that because, you know, in lore, if you're immortal, you suffer in the long run because it's just so.
You have to watch everybody you love or interact with pass on.
They all die.
You couldn't get close to anybody, really. You'd almost be like a vampire in a sense.
Well, but you in phases can, because I can't answer that. Like if there was an immortal thing that was not some weird Neuralink selling your soul or Mark of the Beast type of shit, right? But just where you could live. I would love to live for quite a long time and see my grandkids and great grandkids and what happens, you know, in the world and whatever. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I would.
I mean, even when you just look at the biblical stories where people live for hundreds of years, even if their gauge of time or stuff might have been off, I think there probably was a time where people had the ability to live longer. You know, we didn't feast and consume as much as we do now. Anything would have been more natural. Then something happened, and of course they say now life expectancy is greater than ever at 75, but yet you can read a biblical story of these people living for hundreds of years.
Like
so
900 years old, and yeah.
If that's the case, there had to have been something that happened that caused a restart in that.
Hang on,
Maybe
though.
it's only 10%, but that'd still be 90 years. That's way above the average now.
Yeah.
A lot of that's based on seasons of crops. So is that actually a year?
Oh, agreed, Blackwatch. Yeah, agreed. The way we measure time is totally inaccurate, in my opinion. Completely inaccurate.
Look at the Egyptians. You're lucky to get to the age of 20. That was 5,000, 6,000 years ago.
That might have been the age of 80, though. If going by seasons, there's 4 seasons every year. So maybe you went through 20 ages. So I don't think we measure shit correctly at all. And That's part of the illusion we are fed with.
Oh, yes, way off. Even the concept of New Year. We think of New Year being on January the 1st. It wasn't always like that. As far as the
No,
time scale, it's a small concept. I want to say it used to be around April 1st.
it was
Yeah.
April 1st.
So they
yes.
switched to the whole Gregorian calendar system.
There were
That's
only
funny.
10 months.
Maybe that's why they call it April Fools, because if you don't know, you might be a fool.
Uh-huh.
Isn't that
Yeah.
immortality thing? What is it? Is it called Gilgamesh?
The
Gilgamesh?
immortality. It was the Count of Saint Germain, which is in the Bible. So Jesus cursed someone with eternal life as a curse. Think of that. It was a punishment that he would never die. And in lore, you find this character, which has become known as the Count of Saint Germain, but I believe it's also called the Wandering Jew. The
heard
Wandering Jew is the OG story, and it's this person who just cannot die. Now it's lore, it's a fantasy. But
People believe strongly in that because right across the river in South Carolina, there's a whole community. It's called, what's it called? I forget it's got a real name, but everybody around here calls it the Gypsy Camp. And as soon as you see it, it's these huge, elaborate, just monster homes and stuff. And right behind them or right beside them, it'll be a brand new, nice mobile home. And they'll live in the mobile home for so long until they live in the house. But it's something, I think they deal with that, the Saint Germain or something like that.
Yes.
But when you see these people out, you can tell who they are. They just, for some reason, they just stick out.
It seems like I heard it like he was a warrior for a king or somebody, and
it would go back to the
was
crucifixion.
immortal.
Look up the Wandering Jew in connection with some of the Roman and shit going on in the Bible at that time, right? And I'm sorry I can't quote what it was, but Wandering Jew morphed into Saint Germain, which is very much in Nolans and all of that. And there are allegedly pictures and paintings of this same person where he would say things to kings and queens like, oh yeah, I was here at this time. I already saw that. Here's what it is, right? And kind of got laughed at, but it's a consistent story, right? Consistent dude.
Yeah.
I still think that it's possible there's time travel.
If so, it's a slip in dimensions, like sliding doors. There was a movie called Sliding Doors, I think maybe even a TV show or whatever, but it's kind of like you open a sliding glass door, slip into another one, and you might turn around and open the sliding glass door to go back in, but you actually slip into a different one.
Oh wow. That'd be kind of creepy.
You don't want to get in the back rooms.
Yeah, the bathrooms are deep, dude. But how do you know? How do you know when you wake up every day that you didn't slide open a glass door with different details in your life? Like, I think one of the most fascinating ideas is that aliens are us from the future, not the Sumerians from the past, the Anunnaki. Well, that too, but let's say the Greys and whatever, because if human beings had to figure this shit out, something catastrophic happens, time travel capabilities, all of that. And if time travel has existed, it has always existed, time being a circle, eternity. So the Greys would be us because we had less sunlight, we needed bigger eyes, and we were shorter.
Could be. Could very well be.
So what are you saying, Virginia? One of these days I'm going to meet an alien who's a super sexy stud muffin in a kilt, and that's me.
There you go. That's where you come in.
Oh, wow. That link that John dropped, that's pretty interesting. United
Yeah.
States is a full-scale replica of the original Parthenon in Athens, Greece.
Rings of Saturn.
Have you ever noticed with a lot of movies that you say, what scene do you remember from that? And most of us remember the same scene. Like
Yeah.
Ghost in the chair, the pottery wheel. And to me, with the Highlander, I think I told you, he becomes an arms dealer. Where'd you get the Claymore? He was alive. And he has a secretary. He's got to reinvent himself. And in his little museum and arms dealer thing, she's an older woman, not that old, blonde, and he's got an elevator. And she smiles at him. She smiles at him because he's going to leave stuff to her. And he says, hey, it's a kind of magic.
Okay, good night, Firefly.
I mean, I imagine for a little while it could be fun, but I mean, after a while, yeah. I mean, you have to keep reinventing yourself.
Yeah. Passports and ID. And
Oh, yeah.
you don't look a day over 605. I don't feel it either.
Thank you. I appreciate that, especially now with everything into the digital world.
Yeah. Can I throw in a kind of a side question? Not going back hours. Have you heard of Trump's new coin currency that he has online?
Yes,
You have?
I think so.
That's the one, January the 17th. It went online 3 days before. Very disturbing. Anyway, since you were talking about, digital stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he's all up for AI. Just a thought. I don't really understand it myself, this big AI, $500 billion investment. I don't, to what? Other than that type of stuff. But yeah, this digital stuff.
Well, he pushes Bitcoin, and don't know.
Like it was in that video I sent you.
Hey, Firefly.
But anyway,
I was asked today if you could trade with people, what would it be? And I said, well, it sounds like bartering, but it's like, I remember back in the day, oh, I'm short, 2 eggs. Go to the neighbor, hey, you got a couple of eggs? And they give you half a dozen. Or you go borrow a cup of sugar or a cup of oil, and same with them. Do you by any chance have any little cans of tomato sauce or, whatever. It was just it was normal.
It was. Little tomato paste. Man, I remember the cup of sugar days for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
that's where I grew up. A woman walking two up with a cup.
Yep.
Meaning sugar and baking soda and just the way people were on the street.
Yeah.
Knock on the door. You bring your own cup because that's polite.
Yes.
And
that's what they were asking me. Are you a prepper? Are you a hoarder? I said, well, no, it's not. You make sure you have enough food if the power goes out. You make sure you have what you need. I mean, it's the way of living, really. And
yeah.
But at the same time, I do have a medical kit. I mean, look how many of us don't trust the medical field now. And the cost. So if you can do that on your own, why not? And just the, you know, I don't drink coffee, but I have coffee. I put it in little snack bags. If anyone needs coffee, I have it. If alcohol is a good one to have on hand for medicinal to calm down if things get crazy. It can even be a tornado. You're going to be pretty shaken up. When that hail was coming through my ceiling, I was pretty shaken up.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I got to tell you, Bonnie, coffee doesn't keep that long.
I know.
Really doesn't. It's,
I know.
I
I've already given all the snack bags away of that one.
I find coffee like the freeze dry on top, little crystals. That's all good. You put a sprinkle in there. Once you get to the powder, it's as bitter as good.
Hmm.
You ever gone down a coffee aisle in a store where they used to grind your own?
Yes.
It stinks like heaven.
No, I love that smell.
Oh,
And so if it's unopened with the foil seal, wouldn't it have a pretty good shelf life?
are you talking percolating coffee?
Yes, real coffee,
That's different.
not instant.
That's different.
I mean, I don't know as far as going bad, like as far as going bad where like you shouldn't consume it. But it seems like if it was stored in a dark, cool spot, I mean, it would last. I mean, the taste may alter, it may lose some of its potency.
Right.
I mean, I know with anything it has a shelf life for sure, but I'm not sure.
I'm talking like the wagon cattle drive, you see them out for 2 months on the tin cup of coffee.
Yeah, like a real boot scooting boogie.
Right. And in your ass too. That'll get it running. But
Oh, yes.
like coffee is actually pretty storable. If it's Mylard or sealed, it's pretty much all right. Even instant, pretty much all right. The main thing with coffee is the oils. That's what makes it start to taste a little bit weird. It's like anything that puts off oils. Coffee does, a lot of things do. That's where it gets kind of rancid, is the oil put off.
But if you like canned it like you would brown rice is the same way.
Yeah, I'm sure there's methods where you could like dry can coffee, just like you can beans and other things.
Yeah.
Or reseal them, or vacuum seal them, package them up. No, there's a place downtown. They get in coffee beans from all over the place, and they roast them and do the whole process, grind them down. We had to add in some outlets for some new devices they were installing, but man, it smelled good in there.
Yeah. I love the smell of coffee. I just can't drink it.
Moisture is a problem in this case. That's what kind of draws the oils out, as well as temperature, like Wildlife was saying, a cool place. So really sealing up coffee, low moisture, not a lot of temperature fluctuation. That's what's going to wake up the rancid situation. Coffee can go for years otherwise.
Yeah. Well, I just figured there's some way to do it. I mean, that seemed to be, even with the Cowboys, coffee was a staple that they always seemed to have. I don't know.
They would have had whole beans ground. They wouldn't have a convenient can of Folgers. So it would have been like probably ground on the spot type of situation. but the whole beans put off, I think, more oils. So something already roasted and then like food savored and already ground. That's where my instinct is in my head. And I could be wrong. In Minecraft, that's what I would do for coffee. Whole beans got a lot more oil. They're going to
Yeah.
put off a lot more moisture. So in my mind, ground up, roasted, because that roasting gets the moisture out, some of the residual moisture,
Yes.
and sealed and in a cool place.
Or dehydrated.
Yeah. Well, you want them dry as hell. Anything you do like that needs to be very dry. Yeah.
That's pretty much what instant coffee is, isn't it? Just like freeze dried.
Yep.
Yeah. It's great. That's why I say the crystals on top. It's, because it's funny. I had to, dairy you can't deal with, right? And like the store-bought creamer, forget it. I had to get coffee made. $15 for the thing, but it never makes a difference. The crystallized coffee off it is really, really good. But you pay for it.
Yeah, but instant coffee, I would argue that instant coffee is actually more storable than non-instant coffee that you have to
I
brew.
would think so, yeah.
It's just a powder at the bottom. It's a powder at the bottom. You're eating a bit of it. It's so bitter.
It is what it is, dog. It is what it is. It's like making Nesquik. There's powder at the bottom. No matter how much you clink that spoon on that motherfucker, and you're like, you're going, there's still powder on the bottom. All right. Instant coffee is the same thing. In fact, chocolate has damn near as much caffeine as coffee. So
yeah.
Sometimes there's a little dust on the bottle.
Mm-hmm. Facts. Gotta rotate by the handle. Get that vortex going.
That's good. I know you guys down there are going to say, I grow my own. But we have an hour each. They actually have migrant workers to come in and pick the produce in summer. But they're hot houses this time of year.
Yeah.
The tomatoes aren't worth buying. Unless you're going to have a big, huge, come over and help me eat these tomatoes. They don't last. They're bitter. They're rubbery skin. They go soft and mushy, and it's a waste
You
of
gotta process them. Pickling, salsas, sauces, stews, something like that.
Yeah.
Sun-dried tomatoes can work if you have enough resource or sun for that, or like freeze-dried be very similar. Like totally drying them. Again, the whole point is removing all moisture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or even doing the whole sun-dried method.
Yep. You can do that with
before they had all these dehydrators or freezers and stuff,
Yep. But, what they call it with the green beans, leather rope. Whenever they would put them on they'd thread the green beans and hang them on the porch to sun dry.
Yeah.
I've seen that with peppers, but beans, that makes sense. Yep.
Oh yeah, I do peppers the same way, yeah.
Yep.
I'm curious, I know what you're going to say, the preserved, but like the shaved lunch meat.
Yeah.
If you picture like a package, like they're sealed, and it's about 3/8 of an inch either side. How much is that down there? How much would that be?
3/8 of an inch of lunch meat.
Yeah, like 2 packs either side, 3/8 of an inch.
Okay, so like 1/5 of a pound of lunch meat.
About that, I guess. I don't know.
Probably about. Well, it depends. Like deli meats per pound can range from $5 a pound for Canadian bacon, which is ham, or like $11 a pound for like a nice pastrami. So, I mean, I would say that would range anywhere from $1.50 to $3.
Depending on what cut you want.
Yeah.
That two-sided package is $16 to $18 up here.
What is that US?
Shaved ham or whatever.
Yeah. So like a quarter pound of ham costs you how much?
Well, ours is kilogram. Kilogram is 2.2 pounds.
2.2 pounds. Okay, so
It's been kilogram up here forever.
a quarter of a kilogram would be about half a pound then, right?
Roughly, yeah.
Okay, so how much is half a pound of lunch meat for you, Blackwatch?
How much? Well, I got an echo on that. That what I just told you is about $16. $18.
So a half a pound of lunch meat is $16.
That's crazy.
Well, 3/8 doubled, so that'd be 6/8. Oh, wait a minute, 8/6, about an inch and something of meat is $16 to $18.
Okay, all right.
Well, they charge you about an inch up there.
Right.
It's totally man. Yeah.
I don't look at it. I just buy it and you open it up and put it in a Tupperware thing.
Let me get 3 inches of ham, my good sir. 3 inches will do this week.
That's wild.
Yeah. Well, I haven't bought lunch meat in so long. I have no clue how much it is. But
Well, we don't have the delicatessen part of a supermarket anymore, so it's all prepackaged.
Mm.
Remember, you used to go to deli, have so much,
Yeah.
and that's all gone. It's all gone. You might find a chicken, a rotisserie chicken, for $10 or $12, but that's about it.
well, I know that's about $8 here. My daughter loves rotisserie chicken.
Yeah. But you got to have it in 3 days. I learned an awful lot here.
No saves.
Should I kept potatoes in the fridge? No.
Yeah.
Oh, good. They've been in there for 3 days. I guess I
Okay,
should.
so Blackwatch, can you go to a deli and be like, I want a half a pound of ham off the bone, fresh cut? Is that an option? Or is it all prepackaged 3/8?
Last time I did that was the early 90s, and I got divorced in 93.
Okay, no, but no, for real. Can you go into your local grocery store and ask for a half a pound of ham sliced right in front of your face for your
No.
sandwich?
That's a little
That's
days.
interesting. So everything is prepackaged.
Yeah, from what I understand, yeah.
Whoa, that's wild.
420 said it's $8.99 a pound.
Black Forest ham,
His
right?
meat store.
Oh, Black Forest is always more expensive. Black Forest ham.
$8.99 a pound, though. At the rate we're talking about, your prices are about 3 times more. I mean, me no math. Y'all have to help me here. But I'm trying to approximate your cost of living for a ham sandwich.
Yeah,
Sounds
really.
like 3 times as much and it's a prepackaged.
Heck, at this rate, in another week or so, eggs will be the same price as ground beef.
Right?
A pound.
So
Just for a
420
dozen.
in Canada? Is 420 in Canada?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So $8.99 a pound for Black Forest ham in Canada. Okay, that's about what I would be seeing here too. 420. Okay. Huh.
Yeah. And that's
Man.
how much our meat just went up, like that much for beef.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you get ground beef or a steak
Yep.
or whatever, it's about $8.99 a pound.
Right.
That's why I don't get your eggs. I just got 30 for about 30, a flat of 30 for $9.60, something like that.
That's not good.
30 eggs for $9.60. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not good. It was 99 cents a dozen for a while. I used to buy 5 dozen pallets, which is 60 eggs, for about $5.
Well, I remember $1 for 12.
because I always use the coupon. So
Yeah.
If you
right.
do that now, you got to have an
And
armed
so
guard to
you're
take you out.
that's the same thing we're paying for eggs. You just said 30 eggs for how much?
About $9.60, $9.40, $9.50, $9.60. Under
All right,
10.
so 30 eggs for like $20. So that's just over math. 30
No,
eggs
30 for
for $10. So it's just over $3 a dozen.
2.5 or $9.50. 2.5
That's a
dozen.
lot, dude. We
I
have it a
remember
little worse. I'll give you that. But that's all.
I remember 99 cents. I mean, I remember
Yeah.
iceberg lettuce 99 cents. So my daughter one time, and I said, "Go get 3 of them." She said, "You realize they're $5, $4.99 each."
That's
That was
crazy.
last year. I said, "What?"
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, but I'd like to know who's making this money. Somebody's making this money.
Well, that's
sure.
why I showed that video, because it was talking about where the money's going.
It's got to be the wholesale retail. You know, we have a company, Loblaws. It's wholesale retail. And I think they're controlling it. Because that's the one I told you that admitted 2 years ago. They project profits, but they were making over 1 million excess profit a day. 365 million.
Dude, that's complicated.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, they gave some excuse.
Yeah. Oh, we're all feeling the suck for sure. It is complicated, and it's astonishing how much things have gone up. I am furious about eggs. I'm furious because I like to bake. I like to make breakfast for dinner. I like to make breads. I like to make desserts. I like a quiche, you know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Out
yeah.
of control. Damn near $40 for a 60 rack, which is 5 dozen. Right under $10 a dozen has been the worst. Now
That's
it's gone
insane.
down to about $5 a dozen.
It's gone down.
Yeah, to about $5 a dozen now. You can find it. You shop the sales, but that's insane too. Shit,
I know.
$99. That's where I was kind of resting.
Hey, Kush, good to see you.
Hey, Kush.
I grew up with commercials. Well, later on, not really growing up. It'd be "Get Crackin'" from the Egg Marketing Board of Ontario. And I think all they do is destroy eggs to keep the price up. Same with the Dairy Council of Ontario, ice cold milk. You know, I think they just control the prices. That's all.
Yeah.
Well, they're controlling it.
But anyway, it is what it is.
God saves the extra cost for the labels. I've been an asshole to a lot of friends that like they love organic or they love a certain label on things, and I'm like, dude, you realize with the regulations, they just have to buy their way into earning that label. It doesn't mean that it fits the criteria that's in your head of something being kosher or organic or hormone free or whatever. Those are all purchased.
Yeah.
They're still getting the same crap. My son works at a grocery store, y'all. He told me, he's like, okay, now nowadays you would never find this, but back in the day, occasionally you could find clearance eggs. They would have like an orange sticker on it that said 99 cents. He told me what they would do is back in the dairy, they would just, any eggs that had broken eggs in the dozen or whatever, it does not matter what brand. It doesn't matter if it was kosher this or free range that, made no difference. All they did was assimilate the packages to reduce waste throw away the broken ones, put the orange stickers, which I love. I love an orange sticker, you know, but labels mean nothing. Nothing.
Oh, way back in the day when they had meat market, like a meat thing, my mom used to have this steak was, you know,
Yeah.
you'd have the ground beef start to go a little browny. What do you think they keep the pans of blood in the back for? Soak it overnight and put it back out.
Yeah, you color it red or you flip it over. I know we have all bought a steak that looked good on top. You get it home, flip it over, and it's brown as hell. And you're like, fuck, they got
Oh, no. I'd be back at that store. Excuse me. No, no. I'm very picky about my meat.
Me too. Me too. Meat above all else. Very picky.
Yes.
I remember to this day, usually we had chicken, but my dad would have a steak, not really thick. How's the steak, Gord? Well, it's kind of this. Saturday mornings, he went to work at a Texaco station, my godbrother's, and I went bowling. And there's a woman here who wants to see the meat manager. Oh, crap. That's tough.
Well, mine knows me. Everyone in the meat market knows me. And, I have them prepare my meat for me. They grind it up from sirloins or roast or whatever, and because it has to be super lean. But the steaks also, I'll buy from them their steaks, because we've already had the discussion about all the stuff that they try to sell for meat now. And they said that will not come into this store. I said, okay.
That's good.
Yeah, it is.
I think the real ball out, ball down, whatever, was big box stores. I remember walking 3 blocks, there was Gray's Hardware, Cameron's Meats, which I delivered for, small, you know, like a grocery thing. Mom and Pop, which is our premier, he always says, buy local. Mom and Pop, support your local, you know, small.
Yeah.
Yeah, I won't buy meat from Walmart or H-E-B or any of the big chains.
I do. I still do. I go to the Albertsons, and there's a local store here as well that I do like to go to them because they get a lot of stuff from local farmers. But a lot of people don't realize you can go in your grocery store. So the butcher department, they will grind meat for you. So you can go into the meat section and pick out a sirloin that you think looks real nice and ask them to grind it for you for burgers, and they will, and it's free. And I'm talking even main stores, you know, they'll grind it for you and package it up. And so consider that too. Like my grandmother has done that forever. If she wants some kind of stew or ground thing, she'll go pick a cut out of the visible case and ask them to create whatever cut she wants out of it. And they will.
Yeah, but I wonder how it went. For one thing, when Gray's Hardware, Mr. Gray, right, creaky floors, and they used to have like a table, like say a 5x5 table with glass slots, and he'd bring out like fuses, 100 fuses, and they fill up whatever. You go to the store now, 2 fuses in a little pack, $2. Like, where did it all go wrong? That type of thing. You know, like, did you ever go through that? You used to walk up to the hardware store, you want, 10 fuses or whatever. So you pick them out of the little slot and how much money? Then you go down to these bigger stores, 2 of them packaged together, $2. And I go, what? Like, that's more convenient? I don't know.
Convenience fee.
Yeah.
Push the little guy right out of business. I know things change. I mean, when I started my godfather gas station, I think my dad asked him, but I don't think so. I don't know. He had to pay me 75 cents to go out in pouring rain, snow blizzards, and everything to pump the stupid gas. I know there's a difference in wages, but still. I remember when we went to liters per gallon, and there was these Indian guys had like self-service, in a self-service station, Sunoco or something. And I couldn't make it that night. People were trying to fill up before the change. They didn't know. And I'm looking at the thing, $1.17 a liter. And the guys were talking, filling up the car, and they were talking under the thing. And I said, you do know how much this was a gallon last night? And they're like, what? I said, times 3.67 times. 3.67 liters makes that gallon, imperial gallon. They said, what? I paid about $1 or something more.
You gotta be kidding me.
No, the look on their face. I said, you do know how many liters to the gallon? We're imperial gallons, not U.S.
Yeah.
They're larger.
Like you're inconveniencing them,
Mm. And I said,
gotta love it.
I could tell you what the gas station makes. You think the guy behind the counter is getting all this? Because my godfather was making 2 to 3 cents a gallon. 7,000 gallon truck comes in. He's making 2.5 cents a gallon. He has to pump it.
It's been about a year ago. The last full service gas station in the state of Georgia was here in Augusta, Georgia, and it closed down. I don't know if the family didn't nobody take it up or whatever, but they finally tore the old building down. Now they're putting one of these little coffee shops. They call them a 7 Brew or something like that. They're only about as big as a shipping container. You can't even go inside. You just drive through.
They're tiny.
And they're just like popping these little places up everywhere. And I'm thinking, why is it just the demand for coffee can't be that much where you need this many coffee places on the same vicinity?
You'd be surprised, Wildlife. It's a serious thing. Out here in the Northwest,
serious?
There's a coffee stand. Oh, absolutely. 100%. And they have lines of cars. And out here, they have bikini baristas. Those bitches make bank.
Okay, I would support something like that. I'm not a coffee drinker, but I might go get a barista,
Well, the
something.
smart ones serve breakfast burritos, muffins, cookies. They make teas, like different kind of things, right?
I do the
And
tea.
it's not just about the bikini thing.
No, not at
Those
all.
girls make a ton of money.
Oh, yeah.
Coffee addiction, it's a trend, number one. But number two, the smartest business I saw around here was one of those spots, and they did $1 drip coffee, $1 for a cup of drip coffee. Did it right next to the Navy base. Think about how smart that is. Now that was like 15 years ago, so it'd be probably 3 now, whatever. But the point is the convenience, the quickness. A lot of people do like that quick cup of coffee in the morning. They have a cute girl serving it to them. It's dude, my son, I shit you not, with the tips these girls make. My son's girlfriend works at a coffee place. She literally makes 6 figures.
Wow.
With the hourly, then you add in the tips and the amount of social addiction. I am not right at 6 figures. Fucking wild. And she's a college graduate. She's very intelligent.
Baristas are like bartender status now,
Pretty much, yeah. And I was a bartender for years. I think Bonnie was too. You make a lot of money. I would encourage anyone. Well, I used to back in the day, because nowadays it's been bastardized a lot. But if you're a single mother, or if you wanted to make double minimum wage, get a tipped job. I have delivered pizzas. One of my favorite jobs ever was working for Pizza Hut, delivering pizzas. Bartending, waitressing, stuff like that. There's a lot of money. All your bills are paid in no time, and especially if you're a cute girl, it is what it is. I mean, there's a market for it. As long as there's a market for it, it's going to keep expanding. And those little coffee shops and the barista culture, it is spreading from the West. Out here is where Starbucks started. It started in airports. You would start seeing these Starbucks here in the SeaTac airport. This was over 20 years ago. I saw this, and it spread out into this huge thing. And it's not even what they're selling; it's the fact there are buyers.
Yeah.
As long as there's buyers, they're going to do it, and it's going to win.
Somebody's buying it somewhere, that's for sure.
Yeah. Navy vet, I was never a stripper, but bartending, I would wear Tipstick, and I still, to this day, I wear zero makeup except lipstick, and I called it Tipstick because if you come out there and your face is not just like totally gray, you have some like red lips, and you're serving somebody a Bloody Mary for 5 hours, you bet your ass you're going to make a lot more money than minimum wage, whatever it was. And it's not it's I guess it is exploiting the weakness of the market. And I'm not going to lie, you're a bartender, you know, dude, they're in there getting their crutch, and you know that you're basically serving the demon to someone. And then you have a couple of kids to feed, and you put on red lipstick and you make it happen.
Yeah.
A little bit of cuteness goes a long way, even if you're not nasty. Like, I was never gross or like one of those weirdos, but were the customers weirdos all fucking day.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Got to outsmart the demon. Still there, but you use it too. Anyway, those coffee huts, lucrative, and they're really cheap to run. You can build one for almost nothing, get a very tiny piece of land. I've known single mothers, I've known young people that just needed to pay their bills, open a tiny little coffee and make so much money. You wouldn't believe it, but it's true, dude. Think about how cheap coffee is in bulk.
Yeah. Coffee, water, and power.
Yep. Yep.
You know, you talk about the self-serve gas stations. Well, when I remember, a lot up here went like a 7-Eleven store, and they have a gas bar. But then these people go and they got a little cup of coffee and these buns or something. And it occurred to me, if I stood by the guy and I said, "Think that bun's fresh?" And he says, "I don't know. What do you think?" I said, "My reading hieroglyphics is a little rusty. Let me think about that." They're rock hard garbage, crap coffee, these little cakes that, you know, the Egyptian baked for you. It's garbage, absolute garbage. And people live on that.
Oregon and New Jersey had the gas stations where they pump your gas. Oregon and New Jersey were the last two states that had that. Oregon just recently got rid of it, which is my home state. So I'm very familiar with this. And their reasons for doing it were providing jobs. And in a sense, it does work, you know. And the citizens did get used to it. Like, it's a freaking trip. You drive into Oregon from any surrounding state and you can't pump your own gas. Like, you get out, you grab the handle, and you put your credit. It's like an attendant comes up to you and they're like, "No, I'm pumping it." Now, it doesn't cost you any extra. And they wash your windows while you're sitting there.
Yeah,
checking oil. Yeah, I mean, providing jobs and a kind of a service to the community. So I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at full service, but it's gone now, as far as I know.
Yeah.
I just think we don't say enough. the days of complaining has gone away. It's kind of like, well, it cost me to drive there or something. You know, it's like I got these, because I don't get out, she does it, beef sausages, kind of like spiced. But the longer ones that hang out of a hot dog bun, they're starting to go like hockey pucks the day you buy them. Well, you know, and I said to my son, you go in, you send him in a stock boy and say, are these fresh? Last time I bought these were hockey pucks. Is this how you put them out? The days of complaining is gone.
You might have bought some summer sausage and didn't know it.
Fuck Hillshire Farms. You know what, some little dark things were good. This sort of shit. No way.
It happens, you know, it happens to the worst of us.
Well, I remember after my dad died, I take my mom shopping sometimes. And we're at 2 supermarkets, you know, one each side. And she said, will you go across the street? And she'd say 50 cents. I thought to myself, I start the truck up, there goes $1.50, but I did it. Because she, you know, I got to say 50 cents across the street. I felt like saying, good, get out and walk. I'll wait here. Well, we don't complain. We don't. Well, it's just easier to throw them out.
I enjoy shooting pool as well.
Right up on the shelf.
Yeah.
I didn't get a nap today, and I'm getting kind of tired.
Took an accidental nap today.
Good night, girl. We love you all.
Oh, good night, Virginia. She just boom.
She got abducted. She got teleported.
I was waiting for that. And I need to eat. And so I'm gonna. Okay, 420 wanted me to share a song, but I'll share it on the way out. I really appreciate y'all hanging out. I've enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Likewise.
Yep. Wayne's starting to fall out. I can
We'll
see
do it,
it.
Wayne. We'll get into bed, Wayne.
All right. Y'all have a good night. Thank you very much for being here.
Well,
Much
good
love
night.
to you.
Good morning. And what day is it? Oh, have a blessed Tuesday. It's now Tuesday.
Yep, Tuesday.
Much love, y'all.
Good night, chat. Good night, Virginia. Good night,
Not
Bob.
big here.
Good night, John Boy.
Let me pull this up. I don't know what this is, so we'll see what it is.
All right. Neither do I.
DJ Pawns on the mix. Burning in your eyes. You look at me, babe, I wanna catch on fire. Buried in
Well, that was short. All right. Y'all have a good night. Y'all next time. Love you.